Cincinnati, Great American Ballpark, hard along the Ohio River. It is Saturday afternoon baseball coming your way. We've got two teams that are both trending upward. It's the Atlanta Braves in town taking on the locals, the Cincinnati Reds. Hello, everyone. Welcome. So glad you could join us with my partner, Tom Verducci. I am Eric Collins. Just a couple of weeks ago, real devastating hit for the Braves. They lose Freddie Freeman, who's off to a great start. But really, they haven't missed too much of a beat because of the play of Matt Kemp.
You've heard about turn back the clock day, turn back the clock season for Matt Kemp, vintage 2011. Matt Kemp is hitting .352. That's the second highest average in the major leagues. He's been on fire lately, but as you can see, go back to last August 2nd, since he joined the Braves. That OPS higher than what it was with the Dodgers, and the 9th highest OPS in the National League since he joined the Braves.
Now, the Cincinnati Reds in recent years, it's been Joey Votto. You think about Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce. Well, Phillips and Bruce are both gone. Joey Votto's still here, and now he's been strengthened with a nice cast of characters around him.
This is a fun team to watch. One of only 6 teams in the big league scoring 5 runs a game, and they do it with a balanced lineup. They have 4 hitters who've totaled at least 10 home runs so far, 2 left-handed, 2 right-handed. But this is a team that can beat you anywhere in the lineup, and we saw that last night. The Reds were down by 2 going into the 9th inning, and Devin Mesoraco came off the bench for a 10th inning walk-off home run. R.A. Dickey, the knuckleball pitcher, gets the ball for the Braves. His assignment begins with this task: keep the Reds in the ballpark.
All right, get ready to play game 2 of this 3-game series. The Cincinnati Reds now enjoying playing here at Great American Ballpark and enjoying wonderful weather. High 80s. It's going to be 88 degrees when this first pitch is thrown. A couple of battling Bryans. You got Brian Snitker, second-year manager of the Atlanta Braves. It's Brian Price and the Cincinnati Reds. Brian Snitker is an Atlanta Brave to the core. Has been in the organization since 1977, folks. He has managed 7 different minor league teams on his way to a shot with the Atlanta Braves big league club. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Atlanta Braves. As a team hitting .264 with 51 home runs. Ender Inciarte will lead things off out in center field. Former Red Brandon Phillips will hit in the 2-hole. He is a great story coming back here to his former home ballpark. Got a great reception yesterday. Nick Markakis, Matt Kemp, Matt Adams, recently acquired from the Cardinals, Garcia, Suzuki, Swanson, and the pitcher R.A. Dickey rounding out the starting 9. And they'll bat against veteran right-hander Scott Feldman.
Well, if you like cutters, he's your guy. There's nobody in baseball starting pitchers who throw the cutter more often than Scott Feldman. The opening day starter this year for the Reds.
Yeah, Feldman's been around the block a time or two. Opening day starter not only for the Reds this year, but in years past, the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros. Absolutely gorgeous day for early June baseball here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Extra innings yesterday, 3-2 win for the locals. Let's do it. Inciarte. Game's first pitch swung on and missed. And this lineup for Atlanta, the first 6 batters are going to alternate right, left, back and forth. Popped up. It's going to be playable. Infield dirt. Kozart makes the play. Now here is Brandon Phillips, his first opportunity. Second game back after such a long time here in Cincinnati. They've been playing pro baseball here in Cincinnati longer than anywhere place else in the United States, and they know, fans here know how to appreciate players.
And I like the sportsmanship. Both Bronson Arroyo last night, Scott Feldman today, backed off the mound to give Brandon Phillips the proper due.
Still takes a huge cut at the age of 35. Comes up empty. Phillips putting up his normal numbers. .285 batting average. 3 homers. See the career numbers against Feldman.
You know, Brian Snitker did say the one thing coming into this series he might be concerned about with Brandon was trying to do too much. And coming back here, Brandon told me, didn't exactly end on the best of terms. And last night was a hitless night for him.
Off the end of the bat. Softly into left field. That'll get down. So a 1-out base runner for Atlanta. Let's talk a little bit more about Scott Feldman.
I told you about that cutter. Cut and dry. That's what you're going to see, about 40% cutters. But the curveball to me is his put-away pitch. He gets most of his strikeouts on that curveball. And leadoff trouble. He got the one in the first inning here, but leadoff batters have a .444 on base percentage. That's starting any inning. Much too high. Game becomes much more difficult when that leadoff guy gets on.
Pitching out of the stretch a lot. Here's Nick Markakis. Ball 1 to Markakis. 33-year-old. Now his 3rd season in the National League after so many wonderful years in Baltimore. Phillips frisky at first. Fakes. Stays. 1-1 to Markakis.
Nice 2-seam fastball he brought back over the plate. It's a great combination when you have the cutter working into the lefty and the 2-seamer works back away from the lefty. Scissor effect.
Feldman concerned with the speed of Phillips at first. Doesn't run a whole bunch anymore, but still can do it.
He can run on Feldman. He's a little slow to the plate. He's got the high leg kick on the delivery out of the stretch. Runners 8 out of 12 this year against him.
Called strike to Markakis. Feldman and Markakis were teammates briefly in Baltimore. Markakis, of course, a longtime Oriole.
Scott's got a lot of ex-teammates.
Yeah.
6 teams in the last 6 years.
Feldman came over from Chicago to Baltimore mid-season in the trade that sent Jake Arrieta to the Cubs.
You know, I asked him about that, Eric, and of course he started out with a nice run in Texas for a while. He said it must be like a kid who grew up as an Army brat. You know, the family moves around a lot. You're always moving school to school, place to place. Last 6 years, team to team. He said, yeah, but in today's game, that comes along with the territory, especially when you're a pitcher.
There goes Phillips. And we'll do it again. Again, we see the interaction. Brandon Phillips, one of the most social guys in Major League Baseball, having a word with Zach Cozart. Cozart and Phillips double play combination for many years here in Cincinnati. Phillips not running. And the count goes full.
Yeah, I had to ask Zach. I said, give me one story about playing next to Brandon all those years. He said, I can't give you one, but he said, I can tell you that you always had to be ready. The ball could come from any release point when Brandon was the second baseman. The way he got the ball to second base, sometimes behind his back, sometimes sidearm. It was like a pitcher who throws from different angles. He said it was always on target, but you never knew quite where it was coming from.
Phillips running, and he can throttle it down. It's ball 4. So runners on at first and at second with 1 out. Defensively, Cincinnati, 25 errors so far on the season. 25 errors in 53 games. Billy Hamilton, obviously one of the fastest players in baseball, if not the fastest, patrolling center field. Infield is Suarez, Cozart, Peraza, and Joey Votto. There's a platoon behind the plate. Today, Devin Mesoraco's turn. Catch. Tucker Barnhart, they like a lot. Gets playing time as well. So Phillips on at second. Markakis trails him at first. Here's Matt Kemp.
And you saw Devin go out to the mound before that pitch. A couple of reasons. Number one, first time a runner gets to second, make sure the pitcher's on the same page. But also, and I know they went over it before the game, how to pitch to Matt Kemp, who right now is just red hot.
First two pitches miss the mark. This is what Matt Kemp does on the road this year. He had a great May. Over 40 hits in the month of May. That's a big number. Feldman in trouble early. Hard on the ground, could be two. Cozart. There's one. There's two. Double play. So just like that, the inning ends. When we come back, the Reds heading to the bat rack. The Reds lineup card. Billy Hamilton, so much speed, leads things off. 28 stolen bases for number 6. The guts of the lineup: 3, 4, 5, and 6. Votto, Duvall, Suarez, and Schebler, all with at least 10 homers on the season. Peraza, Mesoraco, and Feldman hit 7, 8, and 9. R.A. Dickey, veteran, 42 years of age, still going strong. His 11th start of the season.
Hardest pitcher in the big leagues to manage. Now, why do I say that? He throws a knuckleball. Nobody else does in the game today. And, you know, when you drive a car, there's a check engine light when something's going wrong. There's no check engine light with Dickey. He could throw the worst knuckleball followed by the best knuckleball. It's not just inning to inning with the knuckleball. You live and die pitch to pitch. There's no consistency. Normally, traditional, conventional pitcher, you're looking for maybe drop in velocity, drop in command, a little fatigue. That doesn't apply to this guy.
Hit hard into right center field. Long turnaround first. Hamilton will stop with a leadoff single. 4 straight strikes thrown by Dickey. On the 4th one, Hamilton able to get a base hit.
That's exactly what a hitter looks for. The knuckleball that's up, and that stayed up. Not a lot of bite to it. The old saying for a hitter against the knuckleball: if it's high, let it fly. If it's low, let it go.
Now danger time early for R.A. Dickey and the Atlanta Braves defensively. Great speed on it first. Yet another strike thrown by Dickey. That's 5 in a row to begin the game. Zach Cozart down to the count of 0-1.
Now you would think he's easy to run on. The ball's coming in 68, 70 miles an hour rather than 94, but he's got a very good move to first base. Varies his hold times very well. You see it right there. The last 2 years, R.A. actually has more pickoffs than stolen bases allowed. And when you're a knuckleball pitcher, you better be good at defending the running game.
.28 stolen bases for Hamilton. It's only been caught 4 times. Those 28 steals, more than 17 other teams.
You saw right there how quick R.A. is to the plate. Again, varies the hold, but also the foot. Left foot barely comes off the ground on the stride to the plate.
Love this note. R.A. Dickey has thrown 758 knuckleballs this year. The rest of Major League Baseball, not one. Now Stephen Wright, Boston Red Sox right-hander knuckleballer, injured. Oh, 0-2 on Cozart. Hamilton trying to get a read on Dickey. Softly hit. Oh, Brandon Phillips. That is a force out at second. And so at least Hamilton, the speedster, is taking off the base paths. Brandon Phillips trying to get a little Houdini double play turn.
That's a smart baseball play. Catch the ball in the short hop. A lot of times the runner coming out of the box is not going to run hard. You see Cozart is running down the line. A lot of hitters might have just assumed that ball is going to be caught in the air, stop running, and then you have a double play in order. Worst case scenario, still a best case scenario. You got Billy Hamilton off the bag.
So a 4-6 on the putout, and Cozart switches spots with Hamilton at first. Joey Votto, the batter. Swings at the first pitch to Dickey, and again they're going to get the lead runner out at second, and Votto changes spots with Cozart. That's the rarest of the rare, a 1-pitch at bat, 1-pitch out against Joey Votto.
Let's take a look at R.A. Dickey. Missing bats, that's something he has not been doing this year. His lowest strikeout percentage rate since he became a knuckleball pitcher. Ambushed first pitches. Joey trying to jump on that. Must have read the scouting report, because R.A. is allowing a .417 batting average on first pitches. And we talked about the way he defends the running game. Excellent.
Nothing but strikes so far for Dickey. All 8 pitches have been strikes. Until then, ball 1 thrown to Adam Duvall. 28-year-old Duvall putting up numbers. 14 homers, 45 runs batted in. Comes on the heels of a 33 home run campaign a year ago, in which he drove in over 100.
Duvall, one of 5 hitters in the lineup, facing Dickey for the first time. Maybe facing a knuckleball pitcher for the first time.
Here's a strike, 2-1. Hamilton a leadoff single, and then back-to-back force outs at second. Otto now on to first with 2 outs. And that pitch misses inside. 3-1 to Duvall. is a Reds lineup that's pretty darn deep. After Duvall, you got Eugenio Suarez, who's got the 10 homers, and Scott Schebler, who's got the 16. That's interesting. 8 consecutive strikes to the first 3 batters of the game, and then 4 out of 5 pitches to Duvall are balls and a 2-out walk.
I'm telling you, it's pitch by pitch. And talking to Brian Snitker about that, he said, I'm learning along with you guys myself. First time I've had a knuckleball pitcher. He relies on R.A. Dickey, really, to know what's going on. And he said R.A. has been extremely honest with him when he feels good, when he doesn't.
Eugenio Suarez, 25-year-old third baseman, choking up on the bat to begin this at bat.
Yeah, that's interesting. We saw him do that last night in the 9th inning against Jim Johnson at 2-strike count. But and that's really the first year he's been doing that with 2 strikes. But this year he's also had that 2-strike approach as soon as he steps in the box on certain pitchers. Thinking is, don't try to do too much. You see that butterfly floating up there, you want to take a big hack at it, you're much better off staying short and quick.
2-0. Little half swing. Catcher Suzuki. And the side is retired. So a little bit of a high wire act for R.A. Dickey. No damage done. Seconds next in Cincy. Welcome back, everyone. Great American Ballpark, Cincinnati, Ohio. With Tom Verducci, I'm Eric Collins. Matt Adams leads things off for Atlanta here in the 2nd inning against Scott Feldman. Matt Adams taking the place at first base of Freddie Freeman, who was off to a great start before injuring his left wrist late May. Adams coming over from St. Louis Cardinals, the only organization he had ever known. I guess May 20th would be kind of a big day in his life. May 20th, 2012, made his big league debut with the Cardinals. May 20th, just a couple of weeks ago, got traded from the Cardinals to the Atlanta Braves. 2-hopper. Joey Votto backs up, makes the play, gets it over to Feldman. The Lincoln Motor Company, keys to the game.
You know, Eric, for most teams, scoring 4 runs a recipe to win, especially true for the Braves. They are 19-10 when they get 4, 3-20 when they don't. And for the Reds, believe it or not, it's about their bullpen this year, and I call it the Lorenzen Bridge. Michael Lorenzen has been terrific to get the game to the 9th inning between the starting pitcher and the closer. 3rd best bullpen in the league this year. It's a big change from last year. Lorenzen, huge part of it.
Depends on who you're making fun of.
Adonis Garcia bats. Just came off the disabled list and played in last night's game. 32-year-old third baseman. 4 homers, 16 runs batted in. Ball and a strike to Garcia. Both the Braves and the Reds stranding a runner in scoring position.
See how far Joey Votto is off of first base. There's a point to a first baseman's right where he's so far he can't get to the bag on a ground ball. Joey's right up to that line. He can get there, but he's got to hustle. Obviously a pull hitter, Garcia.
2-2 to Garcia. Kurt Suzuki will follow. Three and 2. Feldman walked a man back in the 1st inning. The payoff. Hard into right center. Schebler cuts it off in the gap. Long single for Garcia.
This pitch is up. Look where the target is. The ball is belt high, a little bit higher than belt. And Garcia does a nice job hammering it to the other side. Nice approach. And we talked about that Feldman curveball. It's a weapon he really likes to use when he's ahead. And so far, he hasn't been great getting ahead of hitters to utilize that pitch a little more.
Here's Kurt Suzuki. High and deep to center field. Hamilton goes back, looking up. This one is caught at the track, 402 feet away from home plate. Can't hit it any harder. Hamilton runs down a bomb off the bat of Suzuki for out number 2.
I used to play touch football in the street. We used to just say, what's the play? Just go long. That's what Billy Hamilton is doing. Watch him turn his back on the baseball and just go long. And now he's going to find it again, find the wall. Boy, you talk about advanced radar systems. Billy Hamilton's got that in center field. Toughest play is the ball directly over the fielder's head.
Two down. Garcia still on at first. Had to hustle back after that deep drive. Here's Dansby Swanson. Swanson having a hard time with the bat early in the year, trying to get above 200 with the batting average. Did hit a homer in last night's game, his 5th. Trying to figure things out at the big league level. 23-year-old was playing college baseball this time 2 years ago.
Good signs last night from Swanson. Base hit the other way to right field on the pitch away. He got a pitch in last night and hammered it down the line to left for the home run. Three straight curveballs from Feldman to Swanson. Actually, for me, Eric, I would not have Swanson hitting 8th. I'd flip him and Suzuki. I don't like the idea of having a young hitter in the A-hole. It's so hard in the National League with the pitcher behind you. It's hard to know when a pitcher is attacking you and when he's pitching around you.
Healthy cut, 2-1. It's now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's a tough place to break in a hitter, 8th in the National League. You know, last year and actually in 15 with Addison Russell, Joe Madden would hit his pitcher in front of Addison Russell. Pitcher would bat 8th, Russell would hit 9th. So Russell will be protected by the leadoff hitter.
Called strike 3. First strikeout for Feldman, and that ends the top half of inning number 2. Still scoreless in Cincinnati. Sponsored by Falcon Tires, the official tire of Major League Baseball. Bottom of the 2nd inning. Both teams have had traffic early in the game, but no runs scored. R.A. Dickey faced 5 batters in the 1st inning, but no damage done. Left the pair on. Now he'll face Scott Schebler, leading things off here in the 2nd. Schebler with 16 homers. Tied with Justin Bour for tops in the National League. Hard, but right back to Dickey. Dickey winning a Gold Glove earlier in his life. Still has good form. It all starts here. The 2017 Major League Baseball draft coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday, June 12th on MLB Network and MLB.com. R.A. Dickey was a 1st-round draft choice many moons ago. Property of the Texas Rangers when he came out of the University of Tennessee. Jose Peraza, 2nd baseman.
That was a great story about when he was drafted. I'm sure you've heard that one on the cover of Baseball America. Picture of R.A. Dickey. They pretty much agreed on a signing bonus for him, but a physician for the Rangers looked at the picture and saw his elbow at a very odd angle and said, that doesn't look right. I think he's got something wrong with his UCL. And they had to negotiate the bonus down significantly.
Yeah, I think he got less than 1/10 of what had been offered. And it was all basically because he was representing the United States. He was on the 1996 Olympic baseball team that was going to play in Atlanta, and they were showcasing the fact that they had 4 great young arms. I think it was Chris Benson, Billy Koch, Seth Greisinger, And so the 4 right-handers were all lined up and showing off their right arms. And R.A. Dickey's was hung a little bit differently than the other 3. It was noticed, and it cost him a lot of money.
And of course, he was a conventional pitcher back then. It wasn't until 2008 when his wake-up call came. Buck Showalter, the Rangers manager, Oral Hershiser, the pitching coach, basically laid it out for him. R.A., you're throwing about an 87-mile-an-hour fastball. Success in the big leagues doesn't look too good for you. Figure something out. You've got something of a pretty good knuckleball. Maybe you should pursue that.
That's a fair ball. Nice play made by Kurt Suzuki. 2 outs here in the 2nd inning. All 5 outs recorded by R.A. Dickey have been balls hit on the ground.
Eric, we could play this game the way Dickey's pitching in the lobby of my hotel and not break any lamps. You talk about soft contact.
Two outs here, bottom of the 2nd inning. Devin Mesoraco, hero of last night's game for Cincinnati.
Here it was last night, 10th inning. He was on the bench for 9 of those innings. Comes off the bench with an 0 for 15 streak. Drive home safely. That ball hit the top of the wall and bounced over. You talk about your wall scrapers. That was a literal wall scraper.
Reds are happy to have him healthy. Last couple of years have been really difficult for Mesoraco. Remember, he had that bust-out season, 2014, 25 homers, but really hasn't been healthy for more than a couple of weeks at a time last 2.5 seasons. It's been shoulder injuries, hip injuries. Played in a grand total of 39 games, 2015 and 2016 combined.
I was a little surprised he didn't swing at that 3-0 fastball. 2 outs, nobody on base. That's green light territory. He took a good hack at that 3-1 heater.
Wow, that home run by Mesoraco yesterday. 2,987 in this ballpark.
That's since 2003 when this yard opened. More home runs hit here than anywhere else in baseball.
Is it all about dimensions or is it wind patterns?
That's dimensions. The ball does carry here, but especially in the gaps. Andrew McCutchen, the Pirates outfielder, calls it Great American Small Park. It lives up to that reputation. A lot of people comparing the new Braves ballpark to this one. Hitter friendly.
Walk is issued. 2nd walk allowed by Dickey. With that walk, that now means that R.A. Dickey has walked more this year than he has struck out. 31 walks to 30 strikeouts. I don't care if you're a ephus-ball pitcher, a fastball pitcher, knuckleball pitcher. That's not a ratio that's going to guarantee sustained success.
Eric, that's why defense is so important to the Braves. Their starting rotation, the lowest strikeout rate in Major League Baseball. Of course, Bartolo Colon, sinker ball pitcher, is not the strikeout pitcher he was years ago. Dickey, Colon really relying on the defense behind him. And the defense has not been great for the Braves this year.
Quickly 0-2 to Scott Feldman. Feldman, right-handed pitcher, left-handed batter, but he is protecting that valuable right elbow.
It's not a bad hack right there. 127 career hitter. 1 for 24 in the past 4 years. That's a decent hack at a knuckleball. Not that one.
Dickey gets his first strikeout. A couple of scoreless frames for both sides. The 3rd is next. All forms of baseball and softball participation, making play opportunities available and fun for everyone. To learn more, go to playball.org. Just yesterday, the Reds hosting a special wiffle ball game with former Red left-hander Tom Browning. Threw a perfect game back in his day. That's pretty fun.
What was your game as a kid? I mean,
we
all played organized ball, but yeah, what kind of?
We called something swift pitch. We just need two guys in a school strike zone. You just put it on.
Absolutely,
spray paint it.
Did that.
Tennis balls, throw them at each other.
Broomstick and a tennis ball.
And we had bats, but we called it swift pitch.
How about a game called One-A-Cat? Have you ever hear? That's an old time
I've heard of
game.
that, but no, I never played it.
Basically, one-on-one baseball. You can only hit to the pole field.
Yeah, when we played baseball, if we didn't have enough people, it would always be something called pitcher's hand or pitcher's mound.
Yeah.
Ball was hit to an outfielder. If you could get it back to the pitcher's mound or the pitcher's hand before the guy could get to first base,
That's the great thing about this game. I mean, it does boil down to the confrontation between the batter and the pitcher, right?
Yeah.
And you can create that in so many different ways as a kid.
R.A. Dickey swings, and did he make contact? He did. R.A. Dickey, and then the top of the order, Inciarte Phillips to bat against Scott Feldman. R.A. Dickey actually has 5 runs batted in this year. It's only 3 for 20, but he's got 5 ribbies, which is a big number for a pitcher 2 months into the year.
He's a good athlete. He knows the bat pretty well.
Has never homered in the big leagues.
By the way, he's got a cardio program I envy. I was at the winter meetings in Nashville a couple of years ago. It's RA where he lives. He was out playing golf. And what he does is he runs in between shots.
Oh.
There's a cart that follows him, but he gets his running in between shots playing golf.
Broke his bat. He convinces someone to drive behind him in the golf cart.
He won a Cy Young, Eric. Once you win a Cy Young, you get people to be your people, as they say.
There's always great stories about pitchers in golfing. I know a guy that you know well, Jim Cott. What, he broke his age right-handed to left-handed,
And
right?
left-handed, yeah. Sometimes he'll switch after 9 holes from right-handed to left-handed. It's crazy.
One of the most bizarre and amazing things I've ever heard in athletics. Softly into center. This could get down. Hamilton can't make the play. How about that? R.A. Dickey, just his 4th hit in 21 at-bats on the year. Good speed aboard to begin the 3rd inning for Atlanta.
He grinded out this at-bat. Cutter off the end of the bat. Hamilton's playing in center field. He gets a good break on this ball, just can't get there in time. And if he can't get there, nobody can. Hit them where they ain't.
Heard that before, too. So Dickey is aboard. It's the first time that Scott Feldman has allowed the leadoff batter aboard here in the first 3 innings. And it's the pitcher who does it. Inciarte swings at the first pitch, little flare. Play made by Cozart. 1 down.
Eric, I'm beginning to think the baseball is inflated today. It's not going anywhere. We're seeing some serious weak contact.
The second baseman, Brandon.
Here's Brandon Phillips. Originally drafted by the Montreal Expos, traded from Montreal to Cleveland for Bartolo Colon. Never really got going in Cleveland. And was sent down here to Cincinnati, where things turned out very well for him. 3-time All-Star as a Red. Always been a wonderful offensive player, as well as being a Gold Glove second baseman. Power and speed from a middle infielder. Major League Baseball history. Second baseman with 200 homers and 200 steals. Those are some names.
Those 4 retired players have something in common. It's called Cooperstown. Hall of Famers. Now, R.A. Dickey does not have a stolen base in his career, which shouldn't surprise you. But if ever there was an opportunity to grab one, it'd be right now, because Joey Votto is so far off him, because Joey obviously knows his old teammate really well. Brandon Phillips can shoot that ball through that right side as well as anybody from the right side of the plate. I mean, that's not even a pretense of keeping him close at first.
Didn't mean to. Ball hits the bat. And Brandon Phillips says it hit him. It's going to be a hit batsman. And Phillips heading down to first.
All run. You see his hands out in front of him, and he reacted right away with the hand as if hit. Certainly that was a loud enough sound to get the attention of that Reds dugout. It may have been an instance where it hit both knob and hand. Hear that sound? For Brandon Phillips, he said, "That was my bone."
So it's a play on. Phillips on at first. Dickey moves into scoring position. Nick Markakis is the batter. Interesting to note that all 5 base runners for the Atlanta Braves have reached after having 2 strikes on them. 3 2-strike singles. Markakis had a full count when he walked. And Brandon Phillips just a moment ago with 2 strikes on him, hit with a pitch. Ball and a strike to Markakis. Years ago, Cincinnati Reds really wanted Nick Markakis. They drafted him back-to-back years. As a high school player in 2001, took a flyer on him, 35th round. He didn't sign, chose to go to junior college. After his first year in junior college, the Reds drafted him again, 2002 in the 25th round, and again he chose not to sign. Spent another year playing JC ball. And then the Baltimore Orioles selected him at a number that he liked. He was 7th overall. That was 2003. Of course, sped through their chain and had wonderful seasons as an Oriole.
He's done something that's difficult to do, Eric. You said wonderful seasons. For a long time now, coming up on 2,000 career hits, and yet he's never made an all-star game. That is hard to do. Since 1933, the start of the all-star era, all-time list. Most hits without getting to an all-star game. Nick Markakis climbing that list. He's right behind Joe Cool. And that is how you pronounce his name, Joe Cool. How cool is that?
One, 2. That is a foul ball.
Saw some of the others on the list: Juan Pierre, Orlando Cabrera. They did win the World Series. Todd Zeile is the only player, 2,000 hits, never to make an all-star game, never to win a World Series.
Wow. He's a pretty good player.
Really good player.
Along that same vein, one of my favorite little nuggets, anecdotes. Only one player has won an MVP in his career without ever being an all-star. I believe he also was manager of the year. Kirk Gibson.
LA Dodgers, Kirk Gibson, yeah. Did you catch the cooling station there, by the way? Joe
yeah.
Cool?
That's an extra layer. Ball and 2 strikes to Markakis.
.88 degrees today, but comfortable, isn't it?
Oh, it's
not muggy at all. Beautiful day for baseball.
Again, Markakis fights off a pitch.
Haven't really seen many of those 2-strike curveballs from Feldman, and especially to lefties. He loves to throw that glove side down and in. Seems to be a good spot here. Markakis has been on that cutter. And I'll tell you who's got pressure on him right now is Ron Washington, the third base coach. It's nervous time whenever you've got your pitcher out there at second base. Should I stay or should I go? You have to treat your pitcher completely differently than a position player when it comes to taking any kind of a risk.
Great baseball man. He is known throughout baseball as one of the best infield instructors. Great with his work with middle infielders. That's what he was. Longtime shortstop in the big leagues, many different teams.
I'd say he did pretty good work with Brandon Phillips, huh? I'd forgotten about that back in Montreal. One of Brandon's first mentors on the defensive side of the game.
On the ground, could be two. There's one. Double play. Second time double play has been turned for Cincinnati. Still scoreless.
Showed you how important catchers are. He went out to the mound before this 2-2 pitch and talked Feldman into throwing a changeup, which he rarely throws. I talked about how Markakis had been on the cutter, went out to the mound and said, we're going to throw a changeup. Feldman will only throw about 3 in the course of an entire start. And he threw it there with runners on base to get out of the jam. It's a great job by the catcher to go out there to sell the pitcher on a rare pitch, executed perfectly.
Billy Hamilton leads things off for Cincinnati. Top of the order, Hamilton, Cozart, and Votto. Their second look at R.A. Dickey. Remember, Dickey was on the base pass that entire half inning. Leadoff single and was eventually stranded at second. So no dugout time for R.A. Dickey.
I call that the Michael Kadire effect. Remember Michael Kadire?
Yeah,
the outfielder, Rockies, Mets, Twins. He always was aware that when pitchers are left on base that long and come back and pitch, they have a bad inning the next inning. And he said if he ever managed, if the pitcher's spot came up with 2 outs and nobody on base, he'd intentionally walk the pitcher. I think he was half joking. But his point was that these guys are not used to being out there for a period of time. It disrupts their routine. Let's see.
Zach Cozart on deck. It was an awkward take. Lots
about as slow as RA is going to float it up there, 69 miles an hour. Billy thought about swinging, I think, 3 or 4 different times on the way to the plate.
Got him.
He threw a heater by him.
Second strikeout for Dickey. Tonight, Major League Baseball continues with a heated matchup between the Boston Red Sox and the Baltimore Orioles. Action begins at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check your local station for the game in your area. Battle for Texas, the Astros and Rangers. How good are the Astros this year?
Best team in baseball.
Here's Zach Cozart. Cozart hit into a fielder's choice in the first inning. 31-year-old player. Out of Ole Miss. Grew up in Collierville, Tennessee. Same high school as Drew Pomerantz. And way back when, Marv Throneberry.
Marvelous Marv. The 62 Mets, of course.
Collierville is just outside of Memphis. Softly to second. That's the second time that Cozart has hit a humpback liner right to Brandon Phillips. The first time he chose to drop it and get a fielder's choice. This time, with no one on, he catches it.
Yeah, it's amazing because it's not been just about the knuckleball today with RA. He really has been messing with the hitter's timing by mixing in enough fastballs, as you saw with the punch out of Billy Hamilton.
Here's Joey Votto. Swung at the first pitch his first time up. It's the battle of 19s. One ball and a strike to Votto. 2010 MVP against the 2012 Cy Young Award winner. Let's get some royalty. 1-2.
I love Joey Votto's at bats. He never takes off an at bat, never takes off a pitch, and he knows the strike zone as well as anybody. And he thought that one was high, and guess what? Fox Track says he was right.
I don't know if it's possible, but since being on the base paths earlier this inning, it's as if R.A. Dickey's working even quicker than before. Mark Burley-esque.
Watch how far Joey goes up on the bat here with 2 strikes.
Little flare. That'll get down. Possible extra bases for Votto. On his way to second. Kemp will dig it out of the wall. And a 2-out double for Votto.
That's what I love about him. He's an absolute grinder. I think he's the best technician of hitting in the big leagues. See, watch his lower half barely moves. Takes his legs out of this. Short and simple to the baseball. Basically, he's playing Pepper right here with that knuckleball.
Now, choking up on the bat helps a little bit. How about this? 2-strike hitting. All 5 hits we've had combined, Braves and Reds, have come with 2 strikes on the batter. I think we've gone back to the 50s.
That's shocking. You know, major league hitters with 2-strike counts hit about a $175, $180. That is a rarity to get so many 2-strike hits.
Adam Duvall walked his first time up. RBI chance here. Now, over the years, the Cincinnati Reds have had a bunch of players that were local. Barry Larkin, a native Cincinnatian. Ken Griffey, of course, from Cincinnati. Pete Rose, a native of Cincinnati. Adam Duvall, you can probably take a boat to his home. He is from just down the river in Louisville. And again, a walk. Second consecutive walk from Dickey to Duvall. Both have come with 2 outs. Now 2 aboard here in the 3rd.
It's impressive to see from Duvall these 2 at-bats. He's been doing it all year long. The big breakout year last year, he's actually improved his patience at the plate, higher contact rate, not at the sacrifice of power. Slugging percentage has actually gone up.
Suarez. That's now 5 consecutive pitches that have missed. "21 homers a year ago, 10 this season." That's a broken bat. Swanson makes the play. Again, poor contact, broken bat, and the Reds leave a pair on. Tomorrow, the Monster Energy Cup Series, sponsored by Drive for Autism, looks to tame Miles the Monster in Dover. Coverage begins at 11:30 Eastern, only on FS1. Alongside Tom Verducci, I'm Eric Collins. Glad to have you here. Great American Ballpark, Cincinnati, Ohio. Scoreless game. Both sides have had many opportunities, but nothing thus far. Matt Kemp leads things off against Scott Feldman. We have had action in every half inning. Base runners, all 6 half innings. But no one's made it to third base. The Reds and Braves combined are 0 for 10, batting with runners on base.
See, Feldman consistently has stayed away from Matt Kemp.
Kemp can't pull the trigger. 2-2. Matt Kemp is still a relatively young player. He's only 32. But the arc of his career, he was so high for a period of time and then just lost it for a while. Right back to Feldman off his shin. Does he have enough time? Throws low to first, and somehow Votto picks it out. He had Kemp bearing down on him and makes a heck of a scoop.
That is a great pick on the in-between hop. Watch Feldman in his haste to get the ball to first base. He's going to throw from submarine style. And that ball is actually behind Joey. It's a great job of allowing the ball to carry a little farther to get a cleaner hop. If he goes out there and tries to get it, it's an in-between hop. Not easily done. He made it look easy.
So for the 3rd time in 4 innings, Feldman is able to retire the leadoff man. Tom, you had mentioned that's been a bugaboo of his. Doing a lot better so far this afternoon. Matt Adams hits it hard to right field. That'll get down. One out single for Adams. He's aboard for the first time.
Well, it wouldn't be a half inning without a runner on base, right? You want to pitch Matt Adams up in the zone. Great low ball hitter. That one's not up enough. It's not really Feldman's strength to go up there. He will do that. He did that the first time up against Adams. But terrific low ball hitter, Matt Adams.
Adonis Garcia. Line drive singled his first time up. Something that we're keeping an eye on. Scott Feldman has now thrown 58 pitches. Only twice has he induced a swing and miss. Off speed for a strike, 1-1.
Well, that cutter he throws and relies on so much is designed for contact, weak contact, especially to right-handed hitters at the end of the bat. Left-handers in on the handle of the bat.
Hard right to Kozar. So 2 down. Adams still on at first. The ball was hit so hard, Adams didn't have a chance to move too far off the bag. Here's Kurt Suzuki. Suzuki is going to say aloha to Scott Feldman. Both
nice.
Suzuki and Feldman born in the 50th state, yet neither wear number 50. Holy Benny Agbayani, what's wrong with that?
Sid Fernandez, another Hawaii 5-0.
For many years, if you were born in Hawaii, you would wear the number 50 because it's the 50th state. But I guess that's gone by the wayside. The days of Venezuelan shortstops wearing 13. That's gone by the wayside. Now everyone wears it. Yeah, Feldman was born on the island of Oahu, but never really spent much time there. Considers himself a Californian.
You know, like R.A. Dickey, who was briefly his teammate in Texas, his career turned around with a pitch that he went to by desperation in Texas. He had been a sidearm relief pitcher, was not getting many people out, and the pitching coach Mark Connors suggested he go back to throwing conventionally, and when he did so, his ball began to naturally cut. He said, I didn't try to do anything with it, but as soon as I went to conventional pitching again, the ball cut. And ever since then, he's been a cutter-happy pitcher. R.A. Dickey and Scott Feldman, careers turned around out of desperation with one pitch.
Still see some of that little sidearm action from time to
Exactly.
time.
He was even lower as a relief pitcher, but yeah, he's a guy who can change his arm angles and still be effective. Some guys, when they try to do that, very difficult to command the baseball.
Oh, Suzuki drilled to the pitch. Feldman didn't mean to. That just prolongs the inning. First and second with 2 outs now.
There's nothing you can do. In fact, when you want to hit a batter, make sure you can't get out of the way. That's exactly where you aim, that front hip. Obviously no intent right there, just got away from Feldman. As a hitter, you just have to brace yourself.
All right, Tom, curious. You mentioned how difficult it is for a number 8 hitter sometimes to understand the situation, what's happening to him, how he's being pitched. What should the thought process be right now for Dansby Swanson?
I think he has to be aggressive. You got the pitcher on deck. Didn't get a hit his last time up, but the pitcher is on deck. With 2 outs here, runner in scoring position, super aggressive. Don't concede a first pitch strike. Even if you sell out first pitch fastball and he flips in a breaking ball, okay, you tip your hat to the pitcher, but I think you really have to almost even expand the strike zone as the 8-hole hitter here.
Swanson struck out looking to end the second inning.
And remember, he did start Swanson in that at bat with 3 consecutive curveballs. Does the same again, but falls behind.
lot of traffic behind Scott Feldman.
Yeah, but if you're Feldman, you treat it as if there's a base open, as if it's second and third because of the pitcher on deck. No reason to give in.
Two 2-0. Neither pitch has been particularly close to the strike zone.
It's good pitching and it's good hitting. You know, I said Swanson could expand here, but those were way out of the zone. Not even tempting.
Seems like the wind has picked up. Both the pitcher Feldman and the batter Swanson taking time to get something out of the eye, readjust.
That's a micro system right there because there's not a lot of wind in the ballpark. The flags are pretty still. And something just kicked up around the plate.
Yeah, for the last 30 seconds, it's like we're at Old Candlestick. Hot dog wrappers, napkins starting to flow a little bit.
You would have a parka on right now if we were at the Old Candlestick. This is the coldest baseball place on earth in August.
3-0. So a 4-pitch walk to Swanson, and the bases are full of Braves. That's the second walk allowed by Feldman.
Well, I guarantee he's swinging right here first pitch.
Mentioned it last time up. R.A. Dickey, 5 runs batted in. It's a good number early in the year for a pitcher. Broken bat right to the second baseman. Peraza makes the play. Braves leave him loaded. Another missed opportunity. Still scoreless. Coaching Alliance and its mission to develop better athletes and better people by working to provide all youth and high school athletes with a positive character-building sports experience. Visit foxsportssupports.com to learn more. And there it looks. Your line score. A lot of traffic, but no runs. Scoreless. Braves and Reds, middle game of a 3-game series. Scott Schebler will lead things off. 16 homers for the proud Iowan, native of Cedar Rapids. With Tom Verducci, I'm Eric Collins. Tom, interested to talk a little bit about what Schebler is facing here. Knuckleballer R.A. Dickey the only active knuckleballer in the big leagues. How does he compare to some other knuckleballers of yesteryear? Lifted in the air, medium deep left field. Matt Kemp, sun in his eyes, makes the play.
This knuckleball is a little more firm than traditional knuckleballers. In fact, when he did convert to pitching with the knuckleball back in 2005, at first he made the mistake of trying to copy guys like Charlie Huff and Tim Wakefield by throwing it really softly. His first start with the knuckleball, he gave up 6 home runs in 3 1/3 innings. Went down to the minor leagues for a couple of years for remedial work, and that's where he learned to throw it a little more firm. But a couple of things all those guys have in common, Eric, is when they throw the ball, they want to keep the wrist very locked, flat to the plate, and keep it locked. Not a loose wrist like, say, a 4-seam fastball guy would have. And the other difference, he will release the ball in the center of the rubber. It's lined up with the center of the rubber, center of the plate on the release point. And his hand will not come across his body very much. He doesn't want that sweeping cross body action that conventional pitchers have. So it's stay on line. Very simple delivery, of course. But watch the wrist. He'll keep it locked and straight to the plate as he lets go, and follow through as straight down as possible as he can. And then he lets physics do the work. Fluid dynamics, Eric. Fluid dynamics. That's what makes a knuckleball knuckle. The air passing over the seams goes from laminar to turbulent.
Ooh.
Smooth air becomes rough air. We all know what turbulent air is.
Peraza hits it deep to left field, and this one is gone. Game's first run, one swing of the bat. Jose Peraza, homer number 2 on the year. And the Reds jump out to a 1-0 lead. Homer number 75 on the year for Cincinnati.
Not enough turbulence. Remember we talked about when it's high, let it fly. He lets it fly right here. Jumps on that knuckleball up.
Now, Dickey just made it through the Reds version of Murderer's Row. Votto, Duvall, Suarez, and Schebler all with double-figure homers. And then he faces Peraza with all of 1 homer this year. He gives up the long ball.
Not an extra base guy, but he was right there. I finished talking about RA throwing a firmer knuckleball than guys like Huff and Wakefield.
Hard and fair. This is going to be extra bases. Mesoraco on his way to second. And it'll be an easy double for the Cincinnati catcher. He's been aboard twice now.
Yeah, remember before I said he took a 3-0 fastball? He's not going to let this 2-0 fastball go by. Nice job there. But I was going to say, you know, talking about his firm knuckleball, he's thrown more of those soft butterflies today than typically. Juan Peraza, obviously, was a sophomore at 63.
So runner in scoring position, 1 out. Scott Feldman bats for the 2nd time. Swinging strikeout for Feldman, his first time up. Lifts this one up in the air. Will it be playable? Foul territory. Garcia makes the play. 2 down. Let's send it to Kevin Burkhardt for a game break. Kevin, thank you so much. We were just talking about an inning ago about players coming from the Cincinnati area. Kyle Schwarber, one of those players over the years. He is a Middletown kid. Look at the NL Central standings.
All-state linebacker. I'm sure you could never guess with that body. Yeah, we saw. Look at the standings there. How about that? 5 teams separated by 4 games.
And everyone, with the exception of Pittsburgh, has been in first place at some point in the first couple of months. Billy Hamilton hits a 2-hopper to Garcia. And that'll do it. But for the first time, a run has been scored. Cincinnati, they break through on that Jose Peraza homer. Sponsored by the Hartford. When the unexpected strikes, the Hartford strikes back with small business insurance. Now we've reached inning number 5. The locals leading 1-0. Reds on top of the Braves. Reds winning a 1-run ball game last night, 3-2 in 10 innings. Only run of the game coming on a swing by Jose Peraza. 1-out home run, bottom of the 4th. Ender Inciarte, 0 for 2. Ball and a strike to the center fielder. Inciarte coming over along with Dansby Swanson from the Diamondbacks in the trade that sent Shelby Miller out to the desert.
It was a great example of that two-seamer coming off the cutter. 2 pitches, same speed, different directions.
High and out of play.
It's a tough matchup for Inciarte against Feldman because he loves to hit the ball the other way. And Feldman with the curveball and especially the cutter that works its way in could be a broken bat waiting to happen if he gets inside with that cutter for a guy who lets the ball get deep. Wasn't a broken bat, but it was a bruised toe, I think. That was the curveball. Again, a guy who likes to hit the ball the other way as a left-handed hitter. And there you can see he's 3rd overall in Major League Baseball percentage of balls he hits the other way. He's letting the ball travel. He likes to get the ball deep on its path to the plate. Now, I would think that Feldman would either run that two-seamer back over his hands, go the other direction, run the cutter in on the hands. Coming in. Missed. It's the right pitch.
Feldman with just 1 strikeout through 4 innings. One hopper to the shortstop. Kozar doesn't make too many mistakes. Out number 1. Vote today, vote tomorrow. Vote for your 2017 All-Stars with the Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot. Vote at MLB.com/vote and catch all of the excitement of the 88th MLB All-Star Game presented by MasterCard. July 11th, live on Fox. You'll be down there in Miami. Tom
Yeah, I like that ballpark, by the way. It's good that it's going to get some national exposure. It's pure Miami.
Yeah, they're gonna have
if
to
you're a
fix the
traditionalist, you'll be like, I don't know about it, but no, it's a cool, fun ballpark.
They're gonna have to fix the fish tank right behind home plate. A foul ball yesterday actually broke a pane of glass.
It's supposed to be unbreakable.
Well, I guess it's double. So the first pane broke, but the fish are still in good stead.
That's good to know.
Third plate appearance, Brandon Phillips, longtime Cincinnati Red. Remember, before that, though, he was a Cleveland Indian for a while. Came over in just an absolute blockbuster at the time. June of 2002, Indians were out of it, and they sent Bartolo Colon from Cleveland to Montreal and got an absolute haul back from the Expos. Popped up out of play. The Indians received Brandon Phillips, Cliff Lee, and Grady Sizemore. Interesting to note, as great as Grady Sizemore was, and as great as Cliff Lee was, they are both long retired. Brandon Phillips and Bartolo Colon are still thriving.
And I told Brandon, I said, you have to outlast Bartolo Colon in terms of your career. And he said, I don't think I can. I said, why not? He said, he's a pitcher. Plays every 5th day. He's going to go on forever. It does look like Bartolo could go on forever.
2-2. Now, thinking about that trade, at one point earlier in the trade, you would have said that Grady Sizemore was the best player
Absolutely.
that the Indians got.
Great young player.
And then when he dealt with injuries and Cliff Lee started to figure things out, you'd say, well, geez, Cliff Lee was the best player in that trade.
Yep.
Cy Young Award. And now Brandon Phillips, who's been a 30-30 guy, who's been a 3-time All-Star, who's been a Gold Glove winner. He's outlasted them all. You would probably say he has been the best player in that deal. One hopper to third. Suarez throws high, and it gets past Votto. Ball goes into the stands, and Phillip moves into scoring position. It's an error on Suarez. First error of the game for either side.
It's like a pitcher not getting the right release point. Backs up on it, which is fine because you get the better hop. Now you have to step into your throw, which he does. But just the release point just gets underneath the baseball and sails it over Votto's head. Everything's fine right until that point. You know, normally most errors aren't committed with footwork. Improper footwork causes errant throws. That was not the case right there.
Here's Nick Markakis.
You know, I guarantee you, Eric, that when you look at great defenders, we all love to talk about great hands. To me, it's about great feet. And that's Brandon Phillips. Yes, he's got great hands, but the footwork is what separates them. It's like quarterbacks in the NFL. Your best quarterbacks in the NFL have fantastic footwork. It begins from the ground up.
I remember watching the great Omar Vizquel back when they used to have infield practice. He would field a whole series of balls with his feet. Ball would get hit to him, and he would knock it from the tip of his toes up into his glove or into his throwing hand directly. Just amazing things that Omar Vizquel could do.
One of the best, and I can still see in my mind's eye, Ozzie Smith used to take a ton of ground balls on his knees to work his hands. Take the footwork out of it and stress improvement of the hands and the way the hands work. And Brandon's a lot like Ozzie, by the way. He loves to use new gloves playing defense. Most defenders like gloves that are really well broken in. Zach Kozart's been playing with the same glove for 5 years. And Brandon will break them in continuously. If you watch his glove, it doesn't even close without a ball in it. And Ozzie Smith was the same way. Ozzie would take a glove right out of the box and go play a game with it.
We just had a shot of Ron Washington, who's the third base coach for Atlanta. Also one of the best infield instructors in the history of the game. We saw him working out with a defender, Rio Ruiz, pregame. Ruiz had one of those almost like a ping pong paddle type of glove. Very flat glove.
Yeah.
Working on drills. A lot of guys field from their knees, short hops, a lot of different drills.
School's always in session, especially early for Ron Washington.
And Markakis walks. Second time that Feldman has walked Markakis. One of the things about baseball is there's always guys who are great at something. You talk about the best infield instructors, people always mention Ron Washington, they mention Perry Hill. There's always the best at something. The best fungo hitter, Jimmy Reese. Everyone knows it in baseball. He said Jimmy Reese he was so good at handling a fungo bat, he could have pitched batting practice with his fungo bat.
I believe it. Babe Ruth's old roommate, Jimmy Reese.
Here's Matt Kemp. Great opportunity for Atlanta. Matt Kemp having a wonderful season. 0 for 2. Kemp's hit the ball hard twice. Hit into a 6-4-3 double play to end the first. And then rifled the ball off the pitcher Feldman in the 4th inning. Feldman was able to recover and throw to first. Joey Votto made a heck of a scoop to get the out.
Well, Matt's been absolutely killing fastballs and cutters. Anything velocity. 461 against velocity this year. To me, there's a technical reason why he's so good, Eric, on velocity. His swing stays in the strike zone for a long time. He gets it in early, and it stays through the zone early. And he does that, and you'll watch him if he takes a swing here. His back elbow will get down very quickly and very low to get the barrel on plane with the path of the pitch.
A lot of activity at second base. Brandon Phillips playing a little cat and mouse with Jose Peraza.
You hear so much about launch angle these days. Everybody wants to hit the ball in the air. This is Matt's swing, his natural swing. Let's get that barrel in the zone early and keep it in for a long time.
Hard into left field. Let's see if Phillips will be sent. He's being waved around, and now he puts on the brakes. That was a late hold, and the bases are now full of Braves.
What a great hold. And I love the way Ron Washington works third base. He brings the runner around the bag and waits to see how the ball is handled and thrown to then put up the stop sign. Too many times I see a third base coach stop a runner as he's getting to the bag. Watch Ron Washington bring him around the bag. Now you hold him. The ball's handled cleanly, throws on line. Textbook third base coaching right there by one of the best.
Now the Braves threatening in a big way. Second consecutive inning that they've had the bases loaded. Brian Price would love to see Feldman get out of it, but he's in trouble right now.
Here's the swing again. Watch the back elbow. See that drop? He starts with it high, but he drops it quickly and far. That elbow will get below his belt, lower than most hitters. Quick to the baseball, but more importantly, on plane.
Here's Matt Adams. Swings at the first pitch, hits it hard on the right field line, and foul. Adams trying to ambush Scott Feldman.
That's fine if you're Feldman. You did exactly what you wanted to do. You wanted Matt Adams to get out front of that pitch. People in the stands are all going, ooh, he hit that ball hard. Oh, he hit it early. It's not on time. Now you've got him set up for something hard.
Reds have already turned a couple of double plays. Whisker inside 1-1. Adams has changed his body over the years.
That's the pitch I said I thought would be effective on Matt Adams. The fastball up. Couldn't get Matt to chase on that. Remember, really good low ball hitter, Matt Adams. He can handle the curveball from Feldman. You see a few shakes there from Feldman to Mesoraco.
Feldman's walked 3, hit a couple, and allowed 5 hits. That's 10 base runners allowed, yet he's working on a shutout. Deep drive to center field. It is long gone. Absolutely crushed by Matt Adams, and that breaks the seal for Atlanta in a big way. A grand slam home run.
Bad time to make a bad mistake. That's what that pitch was. Feldman knows it. Great low ball hitter. Fastball over the plate, down. Nitro zone for Matt Adams. He left the dugout waiting for that pitch.
First career grand slam for Matt Adams. Another ball scorched to center, and Hamilton can't make the play. This is going to be extra bases. Look at Garcia run. He's on his way to second. He'll make it. Imagine that'll be scored a double. So the beat continues. That is now 5 straight base runners against Feldman. And Brian Price may have seen enough. Now, it had been weak contact for these Braves hitters, but not here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, it happened in a hurry.
Third time through the order was difficult for Scott Feldman, and he'll come out. We've got a new pitcher coming on. We'll tell you about Austin Brice when we return. Adams, a grand slam home run, the first of his career, and it puts Atlanta up by a score of 4-1, and we'll have a new pitcher. Scott Feldman's out. Austin Brice is in. Brice pitching to Kurt Suzuki with the runner on at second.
Austin Brice is what I call state-of-the-art in baseball today. Relief pitching, power pitching, fastball slider combination. You're not going to see 4 pitches. You're not going to see changeups. There's 18 pitchers in today's game in the bullpen. 12 of them are fastball slider guys. And you can see that how he's so nasty on right-handed hitters. Sets up on the third base side of the rubber, pitches from a closed stance. It's a really tough release point for right-handed hitters. Sweeps the ball away with power slider. I think there's a factory in Topeka where they just crank out these power specialist 2-pitch guys.
Suzuki bounds that foul. Oh, Ron Washington, the great infield instructor, doesn't heed his own advice.
He's going to be out early tomorrow taking ground balls with that flat glove. Oh, he'll hear it from his students for sure.
All right, Tom Verducci, this matchup right here, Bryce and Suzuki, could be the matchup of two players who were born the most time zones apart in the history of baseball. Bryce is a native of Hong Kong. Suzuki is from Hawaii. That's 18 time zones separating them. I guess if you go the other way, it wouldn't be, though.
That's a good question if you go the other way.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to make that flight, though.
Yeah. Hong Kong to here is 12 time zones.
Oh, it's got to be
and
less.
Here to Hawaii is 6. God, I can't imagine. That's a question for a smarter man, I guess. Oh, 2 to Suzuki. Oh,
yikes.
Second time in the last 2 innings that Suzuki has been drilled to the pitch.
Man, this one was scary. This is coming head high, natural reaction, throw your hands up. Watch this ball just tail in. Some Mesoraco wanted it up, but he got underneath the ball. It just runs in on Suzuki. That's dangerously high.
I always feel bad for catchers who get hit when they're batting.
Well, he thought the most difficult part of his day was going to be catching the knuckleball. I saw Kurt yesterday, and he said, "Are we on national TV tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, no." Because remember, last game RA threw was in San Francisco on a very windy day. That's as difficult as it gets, trying to catch a knuckleball in the wind.
6 straight Braves have reached. Here's Dansby Swanson. Once again, we talked about it an inning ago as the 8th batter in the lineup with the pitcher batting behind you. Runners on at first and at second. What should Swanson expect here?
You know, here you can be pretty sure he's coming after you because there's 1 out here as opposed to 2 outs. They've been throwing him a lot of breaking balls today. I think I would take a right field approach on that slider. You know, when Dansby first came up, he reminded me, and actually still does, a little bit of Jeff Francoeur. He's a very active back foot when he hits, and Francoeur hit that way as well. Even last night when Dansby hit the home run. I say an active bat foot. Usually it's pretty stable. It comes off the ground a little bit. His actually will go behind him even when he makes contact.
Both Francoeur and Swanson growing up Braves fans in the Atlanta metro area.
Braves love that connection, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Once asked John Sherholtz about it, and he said it's not a mistake. You know, we put a true emphasis on getting kids in our own backyard, making sure we see them better than anybody else. You see that right foot go behind him? It's standard procedure for Dansby. Of course, great college hitter at Vanderbilt. In time will be a great major league player. Just a victim of expectations right now.
He's one of those guys, they don't necessarily talk about his speed or his power, but they talk about the fact that he just plays the game the right way, and he's a guy that knows how to play the game and you want to be around.
I agree with all of those. Handles himself really well and maturely. That's a great take right there. Those are the signs you look for if you're Brian Snitker and the Braves. That's a 1-2 slider just off the black. with a runner in scoring position. I didn't see any anxiety on that take at all. A lot of times you learn more about a hitter when he doesn't swing than when he does swing. Great take.
Hard into center field. That'll get down. Garcia being waved around third. A little bobble in center. The run scored is easy. The throw down to third. And safe at third is Suzuki. Great base running by the catcher.
I think the Reds want to take a look at that, but this is a great approach. First you take the slider away. Now you're going to get a slider in the zone. I talked about taking a right field approach. Exactly what he does. Lets the ball travel, doesn't get out in front of it. And here's the Swanson two-step. Contact, and the back foot goes behind him. That's just a great approach. For a young player, those are the signs you want to see. Suzuki taking advantage of the bobble. That plays in front of him, so that's all on him to make the decision. I don't know how he got in. But the call from Mike Winters was that he did get in. That's why you keep the tag on him.
Now the Reds are going to challenge the out call at third.
Yeah, but Suarez has got to make sure he keeps that tag on. It's standard procedure ever since we went to replay.
Can we see the tag? Do you see the tag being made definitively?
Not enough from that angle. You see there, he's clearly off the base, and Suarez is looking for this next play.
Yeah, the ball beats Suzuki, but is the tag clearly made?
No, I gotta say, Mike Winters did a great job getting in position. Umpiring is all about positioning. Make sure you get yourself set where your head is still.
I haven't mentioned him so far today, but the umpiring crew: Mark Wegner behind the plate, Mike Muchlinski at first, Marty Foster, Mike Winter at third. Heard about the M&M boys.
You gotta have an M to get in your crew, then, huh?
Not quite Mantle and Maris, but 4 first names that begin with N.
Mark Wegner's been doing a great job behind the plate. We talked about hitting a knuckleball. Not easy to call it either because you see it so rarely. Mark Wegner, by the way, in the game in which Frank Thomas hit his 500th home run, ejected Frank Thomas. I don't think that's ever happened before. You hit your 500th home run and you get tossed for arguing balls and strikes after it.
I guess Albert Pujols could top that if he hits his 600th today and gets ejected. Maybe it's something to strive for.
What's funny about that day, Frank's family had left earlier. They did see the home run. And yeah, it's a good call by Winters. Good positioning, good call. I don't know how he did it, but Suzuki got in there.
So the call stands. Suzuki on at third. Swanson advanced to second on the throw from Hamilton. There was no error. It's just a single, and Swanson takes an extra base on the throw to third.
That's got to be an error. Suzuki was clearly breaking it down at second base. He only continued because the ball was kicked.
We'll see if it changes, but right now the official score is saying single and a throw to third.
It's hard to get an error in the big leagues. Suarez got one by throwing one almost in the 5th row, but I think scoring has gotten very lax in terms of the standard of what's an error and what's not.
Another RBI opportunity for Dickey. Infield in all the way around. 0-2. Dickey with only 4 hits on the season, but he's got 5 runs batted in.
Boy, after that swing, I'd think about bunting here if I were Dickey. This is a tough matchup for a pitcher against Bryce's power slider. Right on right.
Puts it in play. Suzuki stays at third, 2 down. You know, the Braves have not batted around here in the 5th inning. The inning began when Ender Inciarte bounced to short. But then a stretch of 7 straight Braves reaching safely. Inciarte going to bat for the 2nd time in the inning with a different look.
And a better look for him. This is a better matchup for him with that slider from the right-hander. We talked about his opposite field approach. So staying back in that slider, good idea. He's going to look to shoot the ball the other way.
Swings at the first pitch, backhanded by Votto. And Inciarte makes the first and last out of this 5th inning. In between, a whole bunch of damage, particularly done by Matt Adams. A grand slam home run, his first as a big leaguer. Grand slam home run. Braves playing from on top for the first time. 5-1 is our score. Bottom of the 5th inning. A couple of extremes for R.A. Dickey. Mentioned a couple innings ago he was on the base pass the entire inning. This past half inning he was in the dugout or in the batter's box. He hadn't been on the mound in a while. It's been 34 minutes of real time since he last was on the mound.
I don't think he minds with that 5 up on the scoreboard for the 5th inning from his teammates.
Cozart lifts this one. Medium deep left field. Matt Kemp again, suns in his eyes, makes the play. Let's send it to Kevin Burkhardt for a game break. Thank you so much. Wonderful stuff. Nolan Arenado. Man, what a two-way player he is. Joey Votto takes outside, ball 1. High drive right field. Markakis makes the play right in front of the warning track. 2 long fly ball outs here in the 5th inning.
You see the shadows there creeping across as the ball now goes from light to dark. I actually don't think it's as much of a deal seeing the knuckleball, because really conventional pitchers, the hitter really wants to see the spin more than anything else. There's no spin on his knuckleball, so you know it doesn't matter that you're losing the visual of the seam spinning because the ball's not spinning. Now, of course, you want to see that on a fastball, but doesn't throw that many of them. Don't get me wrong, it's still not easy. It's just not as hard as when you're facing a conventional pitcher like Bryce.
Adam Duvall. He's walked a couple of times against Dickey.
Great patience today by Duvall. Can't remember him swinging more than once or twice.
3-1. Is Dickey really going to walk him 3 straight times?
Well, he should challenge him with a fastball right here. 2 outs, bases empty, 4-run lead.
Wow.
He missed with it.
3rd walk this afternoon, Adam Duvall. We talked about the fact that he hadn't faced a knuckleballer as a big leaguer. Doing okay.
He's got some kind of force field working on between him and R.A. Dickey. Somebody's going to ask him, how do you hit a knuckleball? Don't swing.
Kevin Burkhardt back in the studio just mentioned that home run by Nolan Arenado. A connection between Arenado and Duvall at first base. Since the beginning of last year, taking into account last year's pre-All-Star break, ball gets away from the catcher. I'm assuming that'll be a passed ball, and Duvall goes into scoring position. Opening day to the All-Star break a year ago, opening day to right now. So talking about beginning parts of each of the last 2 years, Nolan Arenado, Adam Duvall, and Chris Bryant of the Cubs, all with 37 homers to lead major league hitters.
Pretty good company right there. A lot of right-handed power.
All third basemen do. Into the gap, right center field. Inciarte on the run, and he makes a wonderful play. Oh, I didn't think he had enough range, but he sure did. Gold Glover, Ender Inciarte, showing you what he's all about. Out number 3 here in the 5th. Top of the 6th inning. Austin Bryce remains in the game. He replaced Scott Feldman an inning ago. New center fielder Billy Hamilton out of the game. Arismendi Alcantara is now in center field. Not sure what happened with Hamilton, but we'll figure that out.
Well, he had a very active day out there in center field, hitting the ground a couple of times on dives.
Brandon Phillips leads things off. Phillips, Markakis, and Kemp 2, 3, and 4 against Bryce. A little bit interesting pregame yesterday. A lot of the local media wanting to talk things over with Brandon Phillips, who of course spent over a decade here in Cincinnati. And one of the things he mentioned was he was a little bit disappointed that his number 4 is already back in circulation for the Reds. Scooter Gennett just picked up off the scrap heap. He's given the number 4 in his first go around with the Reds during spring training. Your thoughts on that?
You know, I get it. Listen, first of all, I respect his honesty. Instead of just playing the old cliche game, saying I'm happy to be back, he didn't hide behind that and let it be known that he wasn't happy that, you know, he's out the door 5 minutes and they're giving away his number 4. He's not Johnny Bench. He's not Joe Morgan. I get that. But in terms of the time he put in and all the hits here, the most prolific hitter at second base in Reds history. And again, I'm not saying he's better than the Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. But with 11 years here as compared to the 8 that Joe had here, he has all-time franchise numbers at that position. So that's just not anybody leaving.
Now, before the game today, Scooter Gennett, who wears number 4 for Cincinnati, did say that it wasn't his first choice of numbers. That was the number that was handed to him when he rolled into to Goodyear down in Arizona for spring training. You can tell that number 4 means something to Brandon Phillips. He's got that necklace, that medallion around his neck, number 4 on it. Seventh all-time in games played for the Reds. Of course, been around forever. 9th all-time in hits, close to 2,000 home runs. 191 of his 200 came in a red uniform. This is what I like. 10 home run seasons as a Red. Johnny Bench had 15 of them. Tony Perez had 11 of them. Brandon Phillips and Frank Robinson next in line with 10. Those are some all-time great names.
Company.
Bench, Perez, Robinson, Brandon Phillips.
And certainly in this ballpark, quite the history. The most hits, the most games, the most runs, the most doubles, the most stolen bases. All belong to Brandon Phillips.
Here's Nick Markakis.
Now this is the inning where you're going to see some funky swings. Because that shadow now is about 3/4 of the way out there, and that ball is coming out of bright sunshine with a bright background and then completely disappearing right at the point where the hitter reads the baseball. When you see shadows that are right in front of the home plate, it doesn't really mean that much. A hitter cannot physically track a baseball the last 5 to 7 feet in front of the plate. Your eyes just can't move that quickly from soft focus to hard focus. So when you see shadows right near the plate, not a big deal. You see where they're at right now? This first 17 feet ball out of the hand is when the hitter does all the calculation. What type of pitch is it? What path is it on? The next 17 feet is when you decide to swing or not. So right at the point you're trying to decide what the pitch is and doing your decoding, baseball disappears.
Hey, my goodness. Start him early here in Cincinnati. Wonderful play by that bald kid down the line.
Good range.
Ball took a funky hop off the side. Here it is.
I want to get StatCast on that, see what his first step quickness was and the catch probability.
Markakis, 33 years of age, third year in Atlanta. Ball gets away and actually hits the first base umpire, Mike Muchlinski. And that keeps Brandon Phillips on at first. And I think I heard an audible oomph.
Yeah, I winced up here too. You don't need analysis on that one, folks.
You've actually umpired a little bit, right? Spring training games, is that what it was? Minor league games?
It was one game. I wrote a story for Sports Illustrated. I did a spring training game between the Orioles and the Red Sox in Fort Myers. 3 innings at first, 3 at second, 3 at third. And I got to tell you, Eric, the one thing that stuck with me is how fast that game is at field level. I'm talking about the speed of the runners, the speed of the ball, the speed of the batted ball, and especially the speed in which you have to make a call.
Again, Markakis has to jump out of the way.
But, you know, I talked about Mike Winters getting that call at third base. One thing that really stuck with me, because I went through training for about a week, I got the ultimate crash course in umpiring, was baseball is the one sport where the officials, the umpires, you can make a call in a fixed position. All the other sports, football, basketball, you have to make calls on the run. So the key is to get yourself fixed, almost like a camera on a tripod. Get yourself set and make the call.
Phillips on the run. Down the left field line. That one is out of play. A little bit surprised that Brandon Phillips is running. 5-1 game, 6th inning.
Well, not my book. I mean, this is a team that, again, it was a 2-run lead last night, gave the game away in the 9th inning last night. This game is by no means put away in this ballpark with the kind of home run power the Reds have.
Yeah, that is one of the things that Reds manager Brian Price mentioned to us pregame. He loves the way his team competes. Phillips off again. Throw it out of second, and Phillips is out. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Beautiful peg by Mesoraco.
That was not a good jump. Much better jump on the pitch that was fouled off. This is a tough pitch to handle. Breaking ball down and in. Mesoraco does a great job and throws a bullet, but that stolen base was lost on the jump.
Just the 3rd time this year in 10 attempts that Phillips has been cut down trying to steal. 3-2 pitch to Markakis. Popped up, shallow right. Oh, wow. Wonderful play. Scott Schebler laying out for out number 2, and he may be hurt.
Yeah, that's a dangerous play, getting that full extension and landing on the shoulder like that. What an effort. Yeah, he's going to call the trainers out here. Hope he's okay.
If you can read lips, sound like he said, I can't feel my shoulder. This is a very similar play to what cost the Indians Michael Brantley for a large chunk of time.
You get the full extension and landing on a hyperextended shoulder. You don't have time to really roll. If you're skiing, you're taught to roll that shoulder when you land, but he doesn't have time to do that because he catches the ball at ground level. The shoulder bears the force of the body hitting the ground.
Yeah, it's going to be the end of the ball game for Schebler. He's going to come out right now. Now the pitching has been a different story, but the position players have been for the most part healthy all season long for Cincinnati, but that's now the 2nd outfielder for the Reds to depart in the last 2 innings. First Billy Hamilton, don't know what happened with him, and now Scott Schebler.
Again, it's worth repeating, that's a guy tied for the National League lead in home runs.
There's number 4 in your program. Scooter Gennett comes on. utility man, mainly an infielder, but having to play right field out of necessity.
Just a dangerous play. I mean, you want your outfielders to hustle. You want to make every play that you can. But I know that coaches and managers just hold their breath when they see that kind of play, that attempt even. You mentioned Michael Brantley of the Indians, very similar play with a very similar injury that took a long time to recover from.
Here's Matt Kemp. .352 the batting average. Obviously, we don't know anything about what happened with Scott Schebler, but Matt Kemp is a guy who has dealt with shoulder injuries. He was going great guns for a long period of time with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Had shoulder surgery. Took a while to come back. Also dealt with hamstring injuries, but the big one was the shoulder. High pop-up. Alcantara side retired. So a caught stealing and a couple of flyouts. Middle of the 6th, 5-1 Atlanta lead. Of analysts in baseball get you caught up on a full night of action around the big leagues on MLB Whip Around. Weeknights, 11 Eastern on FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. R.A. Dickey cruising in search of win number 4, 4-run lead. Scooter Gennett leads things off, came on defensively, top half of this 6th inning. Gennett will be followed by Jose Peraza and then Devin Mesoraco. Hard hit to right field, sinking. Markakis makes the play. 1 down. Now let's send it to Kevin Burkhardt for a game break. Kevin, thank you so much. Edson Volquez been around the block a time or two.
He's worn some uniforms. 86 pitches in the 8 innings.
Wow. Greg Maddux-esque. only Cincinnati run coming off the bat of Jose Peraza. Homer back in the 4th inning. And did he get hit with a pitch? He did. So a runner aboard with 1 out.
The Braves are going to take a look at this. Let's see.
That's the same thing that happened to Brandon Phillips back in our 3rd inning. So we have now had 4 different hit batsmen in today's game. 3 for the Braves, and now Peraza for the Reds. Here's Mesoraco. Perfect day so far for Mesoraco with the bat in his hands. A walk in the 2nd inning and a double down the 3rd base line in the 4th. Two-hopper Swanson. They get the lead out. Oh no, off the bag. Phillips did not hang on long enough. And the veteran Brandon Phillips is saying, really?
Well, he didn't try to turn 2. Ball was hit so far in the hole. I think it's an out.
You know what? I don't understand what the neighborhood play is. I know that the point is to stay out of the way of a double play, but if you don't have to touch the bag at all times, why do you have to touch the bag then?
Well, you got to touch it now with replay. That neighborhood is closed. It looked to me that foot was still on the bag. And again, he knows he's not turning 2 there, so it's not like he's trying to cheat time to make a return throw to first. Looked like that heel was on the bag right there.
Now it's going to be challenged. So we'll take a longer look at it. I guess I'm still in the school of if the ball is there before and it's not a tag play.
The neighborhood is done because now with replay you have to be on the bag, and also because of the change in the slide rule. A runner has to slide at the bag and attempt to remain on the bag. Can't slide over it, through it, or not in the direction of the bag. So the second baseman, the shortstops are protected by the slide rule, and that puts an emphasis on maintaining contact with the bag. You left early before with the neighborhood play because you didn't want to get smoked by Hal McRae or somebody else, Kirk Gibson coming at you. You wanted to live for another play. What do you got here? I got him out at second base.
I don't know if, since the call in the field was safe, I don't know if there's definitive proof that he was touching the bag. In my world, it should be now. I don't think that there's enough to prove it.
I think Peraza thinks he's out after watching it on the board because he's halfway off the field.
Now this all of a sudden is a very important ruling. The Reds are starting to get a little bit late. They're down by 4. But to have 2 on with just 1 out. Call stands. So is the ruling on that a fielder's choice? Is it an error on Phillips?
That's a good question. As hard as it is to get an error, I'm going to say it's a fielder's choice. He can't believe it. This is where we really need to introduce explanation of calls in baseball. Put a microphone on these umpires. People at home, people in the ballpark all know that a replay call was made, but they don't know why.
They're going to score that a base hit. Your options are an error on Phillips, a fielder's choice, and they just didn't make the play, or a hit. The hit would be 3rd on my list of possibilities.
Well, I know you can't give an error for slow play if you field the play cleanly and just go too slowly.
You can't get an error for footwork.
I guess so. You learn something every day. And meanwhile, with the pinch hitter here for the pitcher and 2 injuries already, the Reds in the 6th inning of the game are down to a 1-man bench, and that's the backup catcher.
Patrick Kivlahan, great story. Played 4 years of college football at Rutgers for Greg Schiano. Never thought about playing baseball, didn't play in the summers, didn't even goof around with his friends. But he changed his body, he believes, with football workouts, got stronger. He was defensive back for the Scarlet Knights. And so once his eligibility was up football-wise, he went to Fred Hill, who at the time was the baseball coach, and said, I'd love to try out. Sight unseen, he tried out, made the team, and was the Big East Player of the Year, his one and only college baseball season. That was without playing baseball, a competitive baseball game for a 4-year window.
That's what you call a natural athlete. This game is not that easy. Very skill specific. And for him to pick up those skills that quickly at that level, amazing.
Getting an opportunity here in Cincinnati, coming off the bench. He's been with the team since the season opener.
Let's see if he goes back to the fastball here. I mean, you don't want to bring the tying run to the plate. He did. They missed.
Things are going from bad to worse for R.A. Dickey. Defense behind him has betrayed him a bit, but the walk and the hit batsmen have not done him any favors. And the bases are loaded. Cincinnati Reds have them loaded with just 1 out. And now back to the top of the order. It should have been Billy Hamilton, but with Hamilton out, it's going to be the first at bat for Arsmendi Alcantara. Doesn't have a homer this year, but does have a bit of pop in that bat.
Let a first pitch fastball go by. That puts Dickey back in the driver's seat, back to the knuckler.
Softly hit, that'll get down. 1 run will score, maybe 2. Nope, just 1. They'll stop Mesoraco at third. Second run of the game for Cincinnati. It's a 5-2 game.
Remember what I said, toughest pitcher to manage in the big leagues. That's a knuckler that is flat and stays up, absolutely no bite to it whatsoever. What does that mean? Does it mean he's running out of gas? Who knows? But that is the end of the day for R.A. Dickey. And I'm with Brian Snitker here. Take no chances, thinking that he's 1 knuckler away from getting back on track. Bullpen time.
Now from one veteran to another. R.A. Dickey's going to leave. Jason Mott will come in. 6th inning in Cincinnati. New pitcher Jason Mott. He inherits the bases full of Braves. Zach Cozart the batter with 1 out. R.A. Dickey, a hit batsman, a single, the walk to Kivlahan, and then an RBI base hit. Leaves with 3 on. Just 1 out recorded in the 6th. We've already seen 1 grand slam in today's game. And the veteran Mott not throwing strikes to begin this.
Yeah, back in the day, you'd see upper 90s velocity. Injuries and age brought him down mid-90s, but his go-to pitch, what he missed right there with, is the cut fastball, that cutter. And especially in these counts, obvious fastball counts. And now he's got to execute that cutter.
Mott was at his best in St. Louis. Tied for the National League lead in saves with 42 in 2012, but injuries have taken their toll. Signed to a minor league contract by the Braves early April. Has been on a nice run, but in trouble here.
And I'm letting Cozart swing the bat right here.
3-0 take, 3-0 strike.
Taken all the way. Hitter's choice. Some hitters comfortable hitting 3-0. Some decide, well, whatever I see 3-0, I'll see 3-1 anyway.
Popped up, out of play.
That was his pitch. You just hope you get that one again, because that was a fastball that caught a lot of the plate.
Big pitch for Mott. Down low. Bases loaded, walk. Cincinnati their 3rd run.
This pitch holds its plane, but just not quite enough. It gets below the strike zone.
First bases loaded walk for Jason Mott since 2011.
Well,
and
here
he picked a bad time to do it.
Exactly. And with Joey Votto up now, we know all about his patience. Not in this situation. Beware first pitch. Watch the ambush.
Nope.
Took it.
95 miles per hour. That's a vintage Jason Mott. Let's see if he can sustain. A couple of grand slams in the career of Joey Votto. Almost all the way to the backstop.
And trying to run that cutter in on his hands. Just overcooked it.
I can't get over how much Joey Votto in an RBI opportunity is choking up on the bat here.
Well, he's also going to force Jason Mott to throw him strikes. There's no way he's going to chase out of the zone. This is the most disciplined hitter in baseball, and especially in a bases loaded environment.
Into right center field, that gets down. 1 run's in. 2-run score. And we're tied at 5.
Eric, you mentioned the way he chokes up. Watch him pull his hands in on a cutter that's moving in on his hands and still get the barrel on the baseball. The best technician in the hitting business. You see it right there. Not trying to hit a grand slam. Choke up on the bat, pull the hands in, and as that cutter moves in on his hands, he's still able to square it up.
Really was just a half swing.
With a half swing, it's all he needed right there.
Now all of a sudden Cincinnati in the driver's seat. A 5-5 tie. Runners on at the corners, still just 1 out. And will Adam Duvall get something he can hit here? Whole bunch of nothing for Duvall. 3 walks, but that was all against the knuckleballer, R.A. Dickey.
And you see with the more consistent light this inning, we're seeing better passes at the baseball.
This is almost identical to what we saw in the top of the 5th inning when Atlanta was batting. The very first batter made an out, and then 7 straight reached. Here in this bottom of the 6th, the first batter, Scooter Gennett, made an out, and now 6 straight have reached.
I don't know what the roads look like around here, but the traffic on the bases today, traffic jam.
Yeah, we have had at least 1 runner left on base in each half of the inning, with the exception of the top of the 6th.
12 for 12. We haven't seen a 1-2-3 inning.
Well, in the 6th inning, because of the caught stealing, there's only 3 that came up.
In my book, that's not a 1-2-3.
Big swing and a miss by Duvall.
You called it, Eric. Brian Price telling us before the game, this team has established an identity as a team that does not give up. It's a team that will not go away. Doing it again today.
Chase to pitch. So Duvall still has not put the ball in play. 4 plate appearances. There are now 2 outs.
Classic Jason Mott. Get ahead, expand the zone with the cutter. It looked like his 4-seam fastball until the last 10-12 feet. Terrific pitch.
Eugenio Suarez is the batter. He has made an out to end the 1st, the 3rd, and the 5th. He has already personally stranded 5.
No more choking up on the bat either. We saw him do that against the knuckleballer R.A. Dickey. A more conventional approach right here against Mott.
Cozart at 3rd, Votto at 1st, 2 down. And Mott is popping that mid.
And now it's time to choke up. We saw him do this last night against Jim Johnson. 2 strikes in the 9th inning. Choked up, punched the ball to the right side for a double. And against that cutter from Mott, should be his same approach.
Votto on the run, and he's going to take 2nd. I think he was just trying to draw a throw. Atlanta, they choose to hold it, so it's a stolen base for Votto. He's in scoring position. I know you want to hold your defense, but that's just an extra 90 feet for Votto.
It also gives Adams more range at first base now. I do think Suarez is going to try to hit this right side. Stay off that cutter. Not a whole lot of mystery with Jason Mott. Fastballs and cutters, that's it.
Two. Just a bit inside.
So Suarez looked like he wanted to take first base on ball 3.
First base is open. 3-2. High drive, deep center field, going back Inciarte. He's going to have plenty of room. 4th time today that Suarez has ended an inning with runners on. But still 4-run score for Cincinnati. We're tied at 5. Congratulations, Edinson Volquez. That is a big-time feat for him. One-time Cincinnati Red. We're tied at 5. New pitcher for Cincinnati. Michael Lorenzen comes in. Lorenzen had been a starter, but they have figured out that the way he's most effective right now at this stage in his career is coming out of the pen.
Well, certainly the manager thinks that's the best use, and I agree for now.
Hard hit. Look at the second baseman. Peraza from about 25 feet onto the outfield grass makes the play, and Matt Adams is out number 1.
Good example of why guys want to try to lift the ball, because if you're a pole hitter, a lefty without speed, your chances of hitting a ground ball for a base hit through the right side are almost nil. There's too much ground to cover, and that's why we see what I call launch baseball these days. Hit the ball in the air.
Garcia, 2 for 3. Doubled and scored back in that 5-run 5th inning. Second game back since coming off the disabled list. And time is called at home plate. Looks like out in center field, the ball got loose. Michael Lorenzen, 25-year-old from Anaheim, California. Supplemental first-round pick back in 2013. 38th pick overall. Humpback liner gets over the second baseman Peraza's head. Third base hit for Garcia. Tom, let's talk about some of the things that you mentioned would be of interest and key for both sides early in the game.
Remember I said the Braves need to score 4. They're 19-10. Well, they've got their 4, but they just gave up 4 and lost the lead. And we talked about the Lorenzen bridge. The ability of Michael Lorenzen to come in and pitch multiple innings. Now, the bridge is usually set up with a lead, but just as valuable here in a tie situation. And I asked Brian Price about that, and you know, he compared him to Andrew Miller, not in terms of resume or stuff, but the ability to best utilize your best arm in the bullpen often comes before the 9th inning. Andrew Miller, to me, is the best relief pitcher in baseball. He has no saves this year. He will hold the game, whether it's lead or tie, when he comes in for multiple innings.
High drive off the bat of Suzuki. 2 down.
And that's what Lorenzen does for the Reds, what Chris Davinsky does for the Astros. You may not get wins, you may not get saves, you may not get games started, but it's become a very valuable role in the game.
Mentioned that he's from Anaheim, went to college locally at Cal State Fullerton. Was a great two-way player, good with the bat in his hands. And he also led the Titans program history in saves. Another pretty good two-way player for Fullerton back in the day. Mark Kotsay.
Oh yeah,
obviously a great hitter in the big leagues, but he was terrific out of the pen when he was a college player. Dansby Swanson. Runner goes from first, thrown out of second. Not in time. Stolen base for Garcia.
Good jump pitch inside. Now this opens up first base with the pitcher on deck, but the pitcher obviously is not going to hit. So this is not a pitch around situation. I really like the maturity I've seen from Dansby Swanson. Small samples of the last 2 days. Last night, base hit the other way. Home run to the pull field. Today, they keep that in the 5th inning. And here it is. I talked about disciplined enough to stay off the slider away. Watch this take here. Doesn't bite on it. Next pitch, Bryce is going to come back with a slider. Very nice approach. Didn't try to do too much. Let that ball travel. Knocked it into center field.
Did that hit the bat? It did. So that's just a foul ball. 2-1 to Swanson.
Like two-seamer in that just kept coming in. Yep, off the barrel. Lorenzen's got starter stuff. There's no question about it. Talked about all the fastball slider pitchers. He's a 4-pitch guy. 2 different breaking balls. You want to count as two-seam and four-seam as 2 different fastballs. You can do that. And also the cutter. Give him 5.
Went too far. Well, Michael Lorenzen has said that he'd like to start again in the future. Is that ever important? Does the player actually have a say in that type of thing? Is that all management and the coaching staff?
Listen, I think comfort of a player is very important. Andrew Miller, to me, is an exception because his ego, or lack of it, allows Terry Francona to use him in all spots. And again, Lorenzen doesn't have the resume that Andrew Miller does, so he's going to pitch when he needs to pitch. But I think long term, again, I think he's got starter stuff. And as much as this game is about relief pitching, I'd still want to find out if this guy can pitch the front of a rotation. You know, a 2 or a 3, a 4-pitch guy can give you 180 innings a year instead of 80 or 90 as a so-called super reliever. Bright future either way. But managers are coming around. I don't know about general managers, but managers know the value of a guy like this to pitch multiple innings in the middle of a game.
2-2. Gets him. That's an important strikeout, out number 3. And the Braves leave a runner in scoring position. 5-5 times Cincinnati. League Baseball draft coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday, June 12th on MLB Network and MLB.com. These two franchises very active. They'll be interested. Cincinnati Reds will have the 2nd pick. Atlanta Braves will have the 5th overall pick. New pitcher Ian Kroll. Look at Dansby Swanson. His best defensive play of the ball game. 1 pitch, 1 out. Scooter Gennett is retired.
That'll make Ron Washington proud. Ian Kroll. Stop me if you've heard this before. Fastball slider out of the bullpen.
Oh,
power stuff.
Interesting.
Especially difficult on left-handed hitters.
He's a Chicago guy from Naperville, It's West Suburban Chicago, Neuqua Valley High School.
Walks can be a problem from time to time with Ian Kroll.
Well, it is getting late. It's a close ball game. If you're thinking about possibilities of matching up with a Reds batter, maybe think again. They only have one more player that they can use off the bench, and that's their backup catcher, Tucker Barnhart. Are you of the belief that you never use your backup catcher to pinch hit?
Never, no, but not in this inning. Don't forget, Michael Lorenzen is in the game. He's been used as a pinch hitter, so you don't have to hit for Michael Lorenzen if you're Brian Price.
And Lorenzen still is in the pitcher spot. So if the Reds get someone on this inning, it would be Lorenzen's turn to hit.
And stick around. He's worth watching swing the bat.
Called strike 3 to Peraza. 4-pitch strikeout. There are now 2 outs. We have not seen a true 1-2-3 inning so far this afternoon.
Paint right there. Peraza thought it was in. Looked like he caught plate.
3 pitchers for Atlanta. Now everyone has struck out exactly 1 batter.
And I'm telling you, Lorenzen changes the calculus here. In a normal situation, you would say, all right, tie game, 7th inning, 2 outs, nobody on base. This is basically a pitch around situation with Mesoraco. You have to respect Michael Lorenzen as a hitter.
Off the end of the bat, Mesoraco doesn't run well. Plenty of time for Brandon Phillips. He makes the play. Our first 1-2-3 inning, and it happens in the bottom of the 7th. Continental. For those of you tuning in for UFC 212 pre-fight show, we will get you out there immediately at the conclusion of our game. In the meantime, the broadcast is currently available on FS2 as well as streaming live on Fox Sports Go app and at foxsportsgo.com. Danny Santana lays down a bunt, and it's a beauty. Out at first. Oh, Lorenzen got over to first. Lickety split, got the underhand toss from Bono, and it's the first out here in the 8th inning. Maybe.
They called it right. The way Lorenzo gets off the mound and over there makes this play even possible. Looks like he got him. Joey Votto, he was Joe Cool on that one.
What a wonderful call. Mike Muchlinski at first with that call, and it's going to be challenged. We talked about your experience umpiring. I know it's a spring training game, but I know first base umpire, a lot of times it's what they see and what they hear. They're listening for the foot on the bag by the runner. There was no foot on the bag by the runner with the hand that time. It was all visual right in front of him.
Exactly. That term bang bang play, that's what the umpires prefer, where there are two separate sounds, ball in the glove, foot on the bag. I don't think there was any bang to that play with the short toss and the head first slide. But again, the positioning of the umpire, looking right down the line, got a great view of it.
I thought this was relatively cut and dry. I thought that Lorenzen's foot beat the hand of Santana.
Santana did a great job running up on the pitch to take the ball with him.
Yep, affirmation. Call stands. Santana's out number 1.
Watch Santana run up on this pitch. I mean, he's almost out of the batter's box. If you have any part of your, well, actually your whole foot has to be out of the chalk line of the box, and if you make contact, you're automatically out. It's a call it's almost never made on left-handed bunters.
I bet 9 times out of 10 times with a pitcher covering, they one-hand the catch at first. Lorenzen used 2 hands, and I think if he hadn't used 2, the ball would have come out of the glove. He used 2 hands on the squeeze, and it was needed because it was not a clean catch.
Who said pitchers aren't good athletes? There's one right there on the mound now.
Inciarte.
Well, the hitters like to say that because that's how guys wind up on the mound. You just couldn't play a position. It's like defensive backs. You couldn't be a receiver because you can't catch the ball. You don't have good hands.
Usually without fail, if you want to find the best golfer on the team, though, you go to a starting pitcher.
Absolutely. Those 4 days between starts are a beautiful thing.
And in football, if you want to find the best athlete, a lot of times you go to the punter.
That is true.
There's been some really good athletic punters over the years. That's a story for another day. Foul, right side.
How about this National League Baseball? I love National League Baseball. All these moves that are being made, pinch hitters, pitching moves. Over in the American League, they're playing chess. We got checkers. We got chess right here, especially with this game.
And a lot of it's happened because of injury. We've seen both Billy Hamilton and Scott Schebler leave for Cincinnati mid-game. So that, to a certain extent, has limited the options of Brian Price. Alcantara's now the center fielder. Jeanette's now the right fielder. Only one more bench player available for Cincinnati, and that's your backup catcher. I've never been of the belief that the backup catcher needs to be wrapped in bubble wrap. How many times do you have a catcher defensively or on the bases knocked out of a game? It just doesn't happen. It happens maybe once every couple of years, yet managers managed for that situation, worrying that it would be the worst thing possible if they didn't have a backup catcher available.
Yeah, Bobby Cox used to always carry 3 catchers in the postseason for that reason.
Routine into left field.
Sorry, of course, when you have a pitching staff like he had, you don't need 13 pitchers on your staff, so you can carry that 3rd catcher. In case you're wondering, with Lorenzen leading off in the bottom of the inning, I do not expect to see Tucker Barnhart pinch hitting Michael Lorenzen. You got your best arm in the game. We talked about his hitting prowess anyway. I'm staying with him. Not too many times you see a pitcher lead off in a tie game in the 7th inning. I think you'll see it today. 8th inning, sorry.
Here's Brandon Phillips. He's been aboard 4 times. Single, hit with a pinch, reached on an error, and drew a walk. Maybe yesterday, Atlanta coaching staff worrying about Brandon Phillips doing too much. Maybe that was the case, but certainly not today. He's had a productive day offensively. 0-2. The way that Lorenzen is getting outs in a hurry, he may be extended. He's needed 23 pitches to get 5 outs.
Well, you can see why they like the arm so much. The pitchability with multiple pitches. Let's see if he climbs the ladder here with a fastball, upper 90s. Well, breaking ball. A lot of options.
Now 25 pitches needed to go through 2 innings for Lorenzen. Still tied at 5. Summary sponsored by Budweiser, a 5-5 tie, Braves and Reds.
Got a good one here. I'm telling you, I don't know the last time I've seen this. A relief pitcher is leading off in a tie game in the 8th inning. I love it.
New pitcher, Arodys Vizcaíno, comes on. 4th pitcher of the ball game for Atlanta. And that's why Lorenzen is hitting for himself. That is a professional swing. Look like a hitter. Now, Vizcaíno can throw hard. He's been a guy dealing with injuries throughout his pro career. He's been around a couple of different teams. But a lot to like with an arm like that. 99 miles per hour.
There you go. Pinch hit, home run. Yeah, coming off the bench, delivering dead central. Vizcaíno does have a nasty curveball as well. There it is.
Lorenzen was an everyday player at Cal State Fullerton. He hit, come out of the pen and close as Cal State Fullerton's all-time leader in saves, but for the most part he was a hitter. He looks awfully hitterish right now. 0-2. Just like Joey Votto choking up on the bat. And chased the pitch. The bottom just fell out of him. Seven strikeouts in 23 1/3 for Vizcaíno. Opponent batting average 179.
He called it really big arm. Health has been the only thing holding him back.
Alcantara came on defensively a couple innings ago. Back in that 4-run 6th inning. Drove in a run with a single and came around to score. His run scored was the 5th for Cincinnati. That tied the game, and we're still tied. A 5-run 5th for Atlanta. The Reds with a run in the 4th and 4 in the 6th.
That's just unfair. It's a little bit like Craig Kimbrell. If Vizcaino throws his curveball for a strike, just a couple of times you have to honor it. It becomes unhittable.
Back-to-back strikeouts, both with off-speed pitches. Alcantara out number 2.
And by that I mean, if this curveball doesn't have command of it, as a hitter you just rule it out. And even though he throws 99, you can zero in on 99. But we've seen him now throw that curveball 3 times, all for strikes. And you're caught between pitches that move, what, 15, 16 miles an hour different.
Strike 1 called to Zach Cozart. Zach Cozart and Arodys Vizcaino have something in common. They both have had Tommy John surgery. Cozart had it on his left elbow, his non-throwing elbow, as a younger player. Vizcaino, of course, had it on his powerful right elbow. We were talking about pregame. I think that Zach Cozart is the only position player that I can recall that has had Tommy John surgery on his non-throwing elbow.
I tried to think of another one, couldn't come up with anybody. Three straight breaking balls to Cozart here. I think you've seen velocity right here. Yep, fastball away.
Hit well into right field, sinking. Markakis doesn't make very many mistakes at all. He stayed low on that and makes a nice running play. Vizcaino does his job. We're still tied at 5. Is sponsored by Lincoln Continental. Grip the Moment sponsored by Falcon Tires, the official tire of Major League Baseball. A couple of nice catches out in the outfield. Enciarte, that was a nice play with runners on the bases, made it look routine, but that was a difficult grab. And this was a nice catch, but a difficult consequence for Scott Schebler. This cost him the rest of his afternoon. Left. He is currently in the clubhouse in the training room being looked at for a shoulder injury, we're told. Both Schebler and Billy Hamilton leaving with what we're told are shoulder injuries. Raisel Iglesias comes on, second consecutive game for Cincinnati. Markakis, Kemp, and Adams scheduled to bat here in the 9th.
Now, personally, I'd have been tempted to leave Lorenzen in the game. 24 pitches, 20 strikes, in complete control. But, here's the big but, and I'm sure Brian Price knows this. The man on the mound has not given up a run since April 23rd. 16 straight scoreless innings. He's been money. So, 2 good options.
Iglesias signed out of Cuba. He first signed a 7-year contract through the 2020 season. Obviously, the Reds have had success with Cuban relievers. Aroldis Chapman. Really setting the bar high. Fly ball left field. Looking up into that sun is Duvall. Here comes the Bison, Matt Kemp. .350 batting average, 10 homers, 30 runs batted in. Obviously believes in round numbers.
We talked about how he's been hitting crushing fastballs. .461 this year. And there's one right there. I think he was taken all the way, but I'd expect Iglesias is going to stay out there. Fastballs and sliders. Make Kemp go the other way. Right there.
Another round number for Kemp. He is currently sitting on exactly 250 career homers. Off-speed pitch had him way out in front. He has homered against Iglesias.
It's pretty impressive, adding and subtracting off the breaking ball. And then with a different arm slot to finish it off. That's tough AB for anybody, but especially a right-handed hitter. Drop down a little lower, and the sweeper.
So quickly, 2 down here in the 9th inning. One more man to get for Iglesias, and it's a tough customer. Matt Adams, a couple of hits, including a grand slam. Breaks his bat, and this is going to be routine. Nice play made by Peraza. Side is retired. We've made it through 8.5. When we come back, Joey Votto leads off for the Reds. For UFC 212 pre-fight show. We will get you out there immediately at the conclusion of our game. In the meantime, the broadcast is currently available on FS2 as well as streaming live on Fox Sports Go app and at foxsportsgo.com. New pitcher for Atlanta. It was last night's loser, Jose Ramirez, comes in to pitch the bottom of inning number 9.
Get him back on the horse. Gave up the home run to Mesoraco in the 10th last night.
First man will face Joey Votto. The reason we're tied at 5 is because of Votto. Bases loaded, 1 out in the 6th inning, hit a 2-run single to tie this game at 5. 98 miles per hour. 1-1.
I don't know what Joey Votto is going to do, but I know one thing he won't do: pop up to first base. He said more than 5,000 plate appearances in his career and has never popped up to first base.
That's incredible.
Well, he's an incredible hitter. I mean, you can come up with all kinds of numbers on Joey Votto. I can call him the best technician in the game because he works so hard at it and he lives and breathes his at-bats. So much prep work goes into what he does.
He's choking up a good 6 inches on that bat. No swing. And if anyone's going to get the benefit of the doubt, it's Joey Votto.
That was triple digits right there, and somehow he's able to cut this one off. Did he swing? Nope. I think it's a good call. 2-strike mode right here.
Stays alive. Now you talk about Joey Votto numbers. Since divisional play, 1969 to the present, only Barry Bonds, who also choked up on the bat quite a bit,
right,
has a higher career on base percentage than Joey Votto.
Just so impressive. And you're seeing here now how he's become, to me, even a better hitter. Highest percentage of foul balls in his career because he's choking up.
99 misses.
And you can't get him out of the strike zone.
And all of a sudden this becomes maybe the most important pitch of the ball game thus far. Trying to get the leadoff man aboard here in the bottom of the 9th inning of the Cincinnati Reds. And Votto's aboard. Yeah, leading off an inning in the 9th inning when you just need a base runner, you got to love the odds of Joey Votto.
And who's better, right? As
Barry
I said, yeah, I mean, not currently available in today's game, but it's a good comp. Can't get them to chase out of the zone. Puts a lot of pressure on the pitcher.
All right, what do you like out of Adam Duvall here? Hadn't put the ball in play. He's walked 3 times and struck out. He's your number 4 hitter. You'd love to get Votto into scoring position. You don't want a double play.
Well, you mentioned the walks. We've seen it all day today with Duvall. We've seen it all season. He's become a more patient hitter than he was last year. And Ramirez, the command has gotten a little bit squirrely in the early going here. Duvall taking a page from Votto's playbook. Patience.
High pop up. Is this to the first baseman? Duvall has just done something that Joey Votto has never done in his entire career. He pops up to the first baseman. Shows you how easy it is.
Joey's like, what does that feel like? I don't even know. We were talking about how earlier last month Joey popped up to the infield, to the third baseman, in play in fair territory for the first time in 2 years.
Suarez, the batter. Great stop by Suzuki. That was backstop bound.
Oh, you're not kidding. He picked that one and the way he moved like a middle infielder.
Ball and a strike. Well, unless Suarez hits into a double play, it's going to be progress. All 4 of his bats so far in today's game have ended innings.
Oh, you did it now, Eric. This ball's going to be on the ground.
Suarez has ended innings with 7 men on the base paths in front of him. Boxed by Suzuki, and there goes Votto. Oh, what a great read, Joey Votto, to get into scoring position.
Watching Joey at first, he had a very short lead. This is a slider. The same pitch that he made the great stop on was also a backup slider. This one just handcuffs him. Joey didn't have a big lead, but a good secondary lead, and as you said, really good read.
So Kurt Suzuki spent his afternoon trying to chase after R.A. Dickey's knuckleball. And now he's trying to deal with 99 from Jose Ramirez. And he grants the pass ball. 100 miles per hour. It's not easy being a catcher.
No, it's not. But if I'm a hitter here now, I can rule out the breaking ball. He's not shown me command of that slider. I'm sitting on 100 right here. Get started.
Broken bat into right field. Will they send Votto? He's being held. Markakis can really throw. He gets it back to the infield in a hurry. The Reds have something cooking here in the ninth.
To me, that's the difference when Vizcaíno was showing you command of a breaking ball. Have not seen that out of Ramirez. Yeah, it's 100, but you're sitting on 100. And I like the call. Again, the 2-strike approach. Choking up on the bat. There's no way Joey's going to score on that one. General rule of thumb is if the fielder touches the ball before you as a runner touch the bag, that's a red light. Especially with 1 out.
Well, this is interesting. We're going to have a meeting on the mound right now. But because of an injury to Scott Schebler mid-game, this is not going to be Schebler batting. Instead, it's going to be Scooter Gennett. So this conversation maybe not just talking about defensive options, but also scouting report about Gennett.
Well, to me, I'm going to walk Gennett. I realize it puts Ramirez in the position of throwing strikes, but I'd set up a double play.
Is Ramirez the type of guy that you can trust to throw consistent strikes with the bases loaded?
Because you're going to have to play the infield in and the outfield in. I don't like my chances playing defense that way. And maybe the conversation with Hernandez was, don't give in.
We've already seen one passed ball this inning. And Gennett way out in front.
Yeah, sitting on first pitch fastball. I like the approach. Got to be able to miss sometimes to hit the lottery.
Votto on at third. Tie ball game. Talking about those outfield arms. Matt Kemp to throw a little bit. Out in left field, Anciarte is better than average in center. Markakis has got an absolute hose in right. Interesting. Most National League RBIs with fewer than 100 at bats. That's going to change after today's game, but 18 RBIs and 99 at bats, pretty good. Not there. 4-pitch strikeout, and now the defense can go back to a comfortable distance. 2 down.
Looked like he was trying to loft fly ball here. Big throughout this at bat with his swings, comes up with nothing. Good location right there. That's not giving in at all. Now the infield can go back with 2 outs, play normal depth.
Here's Peraza. One point Peraza was in the Atlanta Braves organization. Already a homer. Suarez picks up an extra bag that takes away the force at second. Ooh. Suzuki's having a hard time with those triple digits.
From catching butterflies at 63 miles per hour to trying to stop wayward 100-mile-an-hour heaters. All a day's work for a catcher.
Now Ramirez has Peraza set up. Ball and 2 strikes. Ramirez has been on the ropes this entire frame. The leadoff walk to Votto. The pass ball. Now runners at second and third. 2 outs, a 1-2 count. If Peraza can keep this at bat alive and keep the game moving with a walk to get to first base, the next guy in line is last night's hero for the Reds. Devin Mesoraco hit a home run off of Ramirez. Love a chance to do damage 2 nights in a row. Suzuki wants to get back to the dugout so badly.
Ramirez staying with his best pitch, the fastball. Peraza's got a better chance against the fastball down than the fastball up.
On the ground sharply right to Brandon Phillips. We've got extras. We've made it through 9. Absolutely nothing has been decided. A 5-5 tie. The 10th is next. A 5-5 tie. Both teams with chances. There have been base runners galore, but nary a scratch since the 6th inning when Cincinnati put 4 on the board to tie this game at 5. It has been a parade of relievers. The newest is Drew Storen, the pride of Brownsburg, Indiana. He'll face Adonis Garcia, Kurt Suzuki, and Dansby Swanson.
Doesn't have the heat that he had when he was closing games. His main pitch now is the slider. It's got nasty movement. There it is. He's got both tilt and sink on those sliders. And that's the pitch he will feature. Fastball comes behind the slider, not in front.
Nice day for Garcia. Second game since coming off the disabled list. Liner to third. Suarez. Right place, right time. Out number one. Let's send it to Kevin Burkhardt for another game break. Kevin, thank you so much. Travis Shaw's father, Jeff Shaw, was a former Los Angeles Dodger, also a former Cincinnati Red.
From Ohio, right?
Washington Courthouse. Here's Kurt Suzuki. Kurt's been hit with a pitch by 2 different pitchers. Scott Feldham got him. Austin Bryce got him. .253 batting average. 33-year-old. He was an all-star back in 2014. There's a good strike from Storen. Didn't mean to. Softly to Peraza. 2 down. Now this parade of relievers have done a good job for Cincinnati. And that is now 10 consecutive retired.
And in case you're wondering, speaking of 10, Iglesias is out of the game after throwing 10 pitches. I know he pitched an inning last night. But come on, is that what we've come to?
Precious cargo. One inning guy.
We have come to that.
He's a one inning guy.
Because in these late innings, that's what we're seeing, right? On both sides.
Yes. And pretty soon we're going to run out of pitchers. Dansby Swanson, the batter. 23-year-old. RBI single back in the 5th inning. That 5th inning is when Atlanta scored all 5 of their runs. Grand slam by Matt Adams, the biggest blow. Swanson homered in last night's game. He's got 5 homers on the year. High drive, shallow center. 3 up and 3 down. Quality inning. Drew Storen. Well, last night in the 10th inning, Devin Mesoraco, a walk-off homer. Can he reprise his heroics? He'll bat first when we come back. last night. A walk-off winner and 10 for Cincinnati, courtesy of Devin Mesoraco.
Heat inside, turned on it. Don't forget, they were trailing by 2 runs in the 9th inning just to get to the 10th. They have been 0-225 in those situations in the 9th inning, trailing by more than 1 run. Their last 225 games. Didn't matter last night.
New pitcher for Atlanta, Eric O'Flaherty. Veteran left-hander just coming off the disabled list yesterday. Has been dealing with some back issues. This guy is healthy and right. He has been good in his recent past. Maybe not so much this season. But this is a guy with a quality arm who can rush it up there when healthy.
Yeah, not quite as rushed as it used to be. Suzuki getting beat up back there. Spiked slider right there. You see more low 90s than mid and high 90s. Back in the day when he paired with Johnny Venters and Craig Kimbrell in that great bullpen.
Well, if we get there, it's interesting to note that there is a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle. It looks like we're going to have Tucker Barnhart come on, and that would be the final position player available for Cincinnati. Mesoraco works the walk. Well, do you use Barnhart when this is a bunting situation?
No, I send a pitcher up to bunt.
And that's exactly what Brian Price is going to do. So Barnhart, just for show, had been in the on-deck circle, but now with a bunt situation presenting itself, Bronson Arroyo will bat.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he would have hit bases empty 1 out when he's your last player, but this is an obvious move. And this guy can handle the bat. Bronson Arroyo, best bunter on the team. That's what the manager's telling you by having him take this plate appearance.
So Mesoraco on at first is not the swiftest of players, but he's going to have to run for himself. Arroyo shows bunt. O'Flaherty throws to first, maybe the first time and only time all season long that Mesoraco will
stay in and run.
Draw a throw.
He's got to be careful if this ball is not bunted. A back pick. They tried it last night with Brandon Phillips coming behind the runner. A lot of times it seems they did last night. The first baseman, Matt Adams, will leave early, charge hard. And Brandon Phillips will break early to first base on a back pick.
Arroyo gets it down. Oh, great play by the veteran. Bronson Arroyo comes off the bench. Probably never even considered getting into the game today. Maybe had to change his turf shoes into spikes and gets a bunt down.
Deading the ball perfectly. Now Garcia has a good look at second. He thought for a minute about taking a shot at second base. I think he's got a play there. He took the shore out at first. There's not an obvious out at second base. He decided if that's not a sure thing, this is.
So Mesoraco in scoring position. Alcantara bats for the 3rd time. Came on for Hamilton, who left with a shoulder injury. Chased a pitch out of the strike zone.
And that's that nasty slider from O'Flaherty.
Just to give you an idea how rare of an opportunity that was for Bronson Arroyo. It's his first pinch hit appearance since 2008. But he was ready.
Not a pitch around situation at all. Cozart on deck. 2 for 2 lifetime against O'Flaherty. Votto behind him.
One and two.
See if he goes back to that back foot slider. There it is.
They'll have to throw it to first. There's out number 2.
That was in O'Flaherty's head as well as Suzuki since that first pitch of that sequence. He knew there was a way to get him out, especially with 2 strikes. Take advantage of the anxiety, make sure it finishes out of the strike zone.
Braves have run 6 different pitchers onto the mound, and all 6 have at least 1 strikeout. Mesoraco still on at second. Here's Zach Cozart, looking for his first hit of the ball game. 0 for 4 with a walk.
In case you're wondering, with the lefty Votto on deck, Votto is 4 for 7 against O'Flaherty.
I cannot imagine a world in which someone would pitch around Zach Cozart to get to Joey Votto.
No way. Left on left does not matter in the world of Joey Votto.
"32 players, 11 pitchers have played in today's game." Welcome to National League Baseball. One and one to Cozart.
Cozart's job, make sure he gets O'Flaherty into the strike zone. Hard to do with that slider that starts in the zone and goes out. Like that.
Second consecutive inning that Atlanta pitching has walked the leadoff batter and had to work from behind the rest of the frame.
I think he has to throw another one of those.
Two. Good take by Cozart. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
5 consecutive sliders, and Cozart doing exactly what I told you he needs to do. Make him come into the zone with that pitch.
You don't want to walk Cozart to get to Joey Votto. Ball 4. Second walk of the inning, O'Flaherty, and now he'll have to face Votto. You'd think, I guess technically there is a base open, but that base is third.
That's just a great at bat by Zach Cozart. O'Flaherty pitching great. Just couldn't get that last swing.
Strike 1. Typical Votto day. Couple of hits, 1 for extra bases, and a walk. Oh, and 2.
And that fooled Joey. Watch his feet here. Yep, that's a strike.
Oh, wow. O'Flaherty just earned his meal money. A 3-pitch strikeout of the great Joey Votto with 2 on. We've made it through 10 here in Cincinnati. It's all tied at 5. has been an absolute carousel in terms of relief pitchers for both sides. Just a revolving door. New pitcher for the Reds, replacing Drew Storen. This is Wandy Peralta.
Another big arm. You see the opponent's average, 171. Does that with, guess what? Fastball slider. Except he's left-handed, the one lefty in the Cincinnati bullpen. He will occasionally mix in a changeup as well.
He's going to face a pinch hitter. Johan Camargo checks into the game. This is the pitcher spot, the 9th hole in the lineup. So Camargo, just 2 for 11 in limited time this year. Swings at the first pitch and lofts it to right field. Scooter Gennett. 1 pitch, 1 out. It has been a whole bunch of nothing for Atlanta here late in the game. Their last base hit, their last base runner, came with 1 out in the 7th inning. That was a single by Adonis Garcia. Since then, nothing but outs recorded.
Cincinnati bullpen has been terrific last night, today.
First ball swinging Inciarte down the left field line.
Really all year. When you think about the difficulty this team had out of the bullpen last year, amazing turnaround.
Peralta, 25 years of age. He's from the Dominican Republic. Right to the shortstop. Kozar. 2 down.
Take a look at this. Largest decrease, improvement in ERA out of the pen in the majors. 1.5. Big difference too, the home runs.
This collection of relievers have now retired 13 Braves in a row. Brandon Phillips. Matt Kemp exactly 250 lifetime homers. Brandon Phillips exactly 200 big league homers. 6 to begin his career in Cleveland. 191 here in Cincinnati. And 3 playing for his hometown team. Native of Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Well, he's thinking 201 right here. 2 outs, bases empty, tie game, 11th inning. So he's taking those first 2, just getting the measure of Peralta. Has to be a swing that can produce at least an extra base hit. You're swinging for doubles or home runs.
How about just keep the line moving? Get aboard for Nick Markakis, who's due.
Yeah, he's been in total take mode here these first 3, and obviously will again here, 3-0. I say obviously because Peralta's not been close with those 3.
97 miles per hour from a left-handed Peralta.
It's go time now, though. He's seen 4 heaters. Going to get one right here.
My goodness. I remember when you see a left-hander come out of the pen, if you saw 97, you wouldn't believe the gun.
I can't believe he didn't swing at that. That was middle.
Can he do it 3 times in a row? Opposite way. This one's slicing. 3-2.
That's a good indication of Peralta's fastball. Seen 5 straight, and you're sitting on it, and you're late on it.
Top of the 11th. Broken bat, little flare. That's going to get down. Now Brandon Phillips saw absolutely everything that Peralta has and works his way on. 5th time today that Brandon Phillips has been aboard.
Broke his bat, ball in on him. Actually, ball 4. But Brandon Phillips has always been a good bat ball hitter. And you see Mesoraco went out to the mound there. I'm sure reminding Peralta of the stolen base here. Really have to work at keeping Phillips close. Markakis is more of a singles guy, so you want to get yourself to second with 2 outs.
For many, many, many years, Markakis is one of the best doubles hitters in all of Major League Baseball. Used to routinely get in the 40s in terms of doubles per year. Having a hard time getting it over the fence this year. Just one homer, but a double would probably do the trick here. Phillips still runs well at first. 0-2 to Markakis.
Phillips doesn't look runnerish over there at all. He's taking a stand-up lead about 3 feet off the bag. I'm in this situation. I at least look like I'm a threat to run and try to get in Peralta's head. I don't want to stand there like I'm waiting for a bus. No threat that way.
Blocked beautifully, Mesoraco. There goes Phillips.
Now see, I should have known better. That's typical Brandon. He's standing over there at first base like nothing's going on. Look at that smile. Watch that lead. And all of a sudden he's going to take off. He's got every trick in the book.
So he tried the hidden ball trick a couple of games ago. Didn't work, but he tried it.
Love the effort.
Boxed a bit by the catcher Mesoraco, but
yeah, he should have been on second base. That's a case where he did not have a good secondary lead at all. And again, I know you're trying to trick me. You're going to run sometimes, but that worked against him there. Watch him at first base. In no position. There's no secondary lead at all. You got no chance of getting a second. That's a huge 90 feet. Don't give up on me over there.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Markakis. Atlanta looking for some 2-out magic. If Markakis can keep the line moving, Matt Kemp, who has always had real good success against left-handers, is next in line for the Braves. High pop behind home plate. 4 rows deep.
Markakis does this so well. He's got a little bit of Joey Votto in him in terms of being able to just spoil pitches, extended bats, try to tip the scales a little bit more to your side with each foul ball, hoping Peralta is closer to making a mistake.
Well, Peralta just sped through the first 2 batters. Got Camargo and Inciarte and just a handful of pitches. But then he needed 7 before Brandon Phillips got himself a base hit to right. And now he's going to go to the 8th pitch against Markakis.
Great job fouling off the curveball, the last one.
Off the thumbs. Going to be playable for someone. Mesoraco, side retired. Phillips left stranded at first. Good job by Peralta. When we come back, the Reds trying to end it. We will get you out there immediately at the conclusion of our game. In the meantime, the broadcast is currently available on FS2 as well as streaming live on the Fox Sports Go app and at foxsportsgo.com. Now the double switch earlier in this inning. Johan Camargo stays in. He'll be the second baseman. Brandon Phillips is out. Jim Johnson is the new pitcher for Atlanta.
Well, he had a rough go last night. Couldn't hold the 2-run lead in the 9th inning.
Adam Duvall chases a pitch down in the count 0-2.
And Duvall was the one who started that rally last night with a double on a ground ball in the hole on the left side. The Braves were up 2, and Garcia was playing third where he is now, which is where you should guard the line at this point, protecting the double in a tie game. But holding 2 runs, there was no reason to be guarding the line. Ball through the hole became a double in the start of a 2-run rally.
Yeah, it was just part of the order that last night tied the ball game in the 9th for Cincinnati. They're trailing by a pair. Scored a couple, eventually one on a walk-off by Mesoraco. And a great job of hitting on an 0-2 pitch. Adam Duvall shoots it through the right side.
You called it great job of hitting. Sinker. It's a good 2-strike approach. We've seen that a lot out of these Reds hitters. I think Joey Votto's influence can be seen in a lot of these 2-strike approaches.
Well, Atlanta pitching continues to walk that tightrope. This is now the 3rd straight inning, the 9th, the 10th, and now the 11th, in which the leadoff batter has reached. Suarez does not have a sacrifice this season. Doesn't look like he's going to give himself up. Good stop by the catcher Suzuki.
No expectation by Atlanta for a bunt. Garcia remaining behind the bag, guarding the line.
Yeah, that's incredible in this day and age for a
I'm with
third
you.
baseman to be that far behind the bag in what used to be an obvious bunt situation. Garcia's a good 5 feet behind third.
Brian Price could play a hit and run in this sequence here. Johnson, a ground ball guy, looking to get one of those with the curveball or the sinker. Usually around the plate, so he's a good guy to run a hit and run play against.
Now showing bunt. Billy Hatcher, legend of that 1990 World Series champion red team.
It looks to me like he's bunting again. He's even higher up on the bat. The guys will give away potential bunts by where they place their hands on the bat.
Hasn't gotten one down successfully since 2015.
Took a hack with that shortened up approach. Another long look at the signs. Garcia remaining back at third base.
There goes the runner, and Suzuki can't get it out of his glove. The ball skipped in front of him, and he didn't want to throw it into center field when he didn't have a good grip.
Tough pitch to make a throw on. Watch this. He just pulls the sinker down and away. Boy, if I'm Suzuki, I would have just pushed myself right into Suarez. Watch the way he covers home plate. You can maybe get yourself an interference call there. You know,
Walk.
If you're not going to throw, might as well see if you can get like drawn a charge in basketball.
Now the Braves in trouble now. Runners at first and at second. Nobody out. Scooter Gennett the batter. Now this actually may work in the favor of Cincinnati. Gennett came on to replace Scott Schebler when Schebler left with an apparent shoulder injury. Schebler is an all-or-nothing power guy, 16 homers. Jeanette theoretically can handle the bat a little bit better. You're looking for a bunt here, right?
Totally. I'm with you. I would expect one right here.
Only one successful sack for Jeanette in the last 3 seasons. And he looks to drag one.
Some guys just are not comfortable squaring themselves up to the pitch. Jeanette looks like he's sacrificing. He's not fooling anybody here, but apparently more comfortable, as if he's going to bunt for a hit.
Holy Rod Carew, what's happening? This time more traditional, and it still doesn't work.
He's got no chance. The bat is so far behind the plate. The angle of the bat, there's no way he can get the ball down. Watch the bat, the angle of the bat. The barrel's got to be out in front of home plate, pointed at the shortstop. The barrel is pointed at the third base dugout. Where's the ball going to go? It's going to go foul to the left. No chance of getting the bunt down like that. It's just amazing, a guy. You know, you can get to the big leagues.
3-pitch strikeout.
And
Jeanette's
not
on
be
number 1.
able to execute. I mean, I'm talking about the basic fundamentals of baseball to execute a bunt.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that's one of the things you'd expect. If he's going to be on your roster, Scooter Jeanette needs to be able to lay down a bunt.
No question about it. But again, it's one thing about not getting it down. It's another thing to never have an opportunity to get it down because of your technique.
Here's Peraza. Drove in the game's first run with a solo home run. Right back to Johnson. Goes to second. It's botched. Swanson can't make the play, and now he's able to step on the bag. Oh, wow. That was a situation where Suarez didn't get down to second in time to really force the hand of Swanson. Swanson had time to gather and get the out.
Should be off the field. Should be a double play. Good throw. It's right there.
Oh,
it clanks off the heel.
I don't think Suarez could have made anything different, but he just took a left-hand turn early. 2/3 of the way to second.
Johnson's not happy. He knows he should be in the dugout right now. Now it's his job to pick up his shortstop.
Runners on at the corners for Mesoraco. No reason to stay at first. Peraza moves into scoring position. If Atlanta wants to make things interesting, with the base open, they could walk Mesoraco. The final position player available for Cincinnati is now on deck in Tucker Barnhart. Popped up. This should get Atlanta out of the inning. Camargo. And that'll do it for the 11th. Again, an Atlanta Brave reliever gets into trouble and gets out of it. how we got to here, which is now inning number 12.
That was a big blow right there. Grand slam by Matt Adams off the starting pitcher Scott Feldman. But then the Reds came storming back. Joey Votto, just a great classic Joey Votto at bat, tying it up. And it's been a great bullpen chess match ever since.
Scoreless game since the 6th. It's a 5-5 tie. 36 different players have been used, including 6 relievers for both sides. A long time ago, the starters R.A. Dickey, Scott Feldman, but they've been history for a while. Blake Wood comes on to pitch the 12th. Veteran right-hander, his 25th appearance, all out of the pen. Matt Kemp takes ball 1. It'll be Kemp, Adams, and Garcia. Maybe the best foot forward for Atlanta, at least with the way these guys have been swinging the bat tonight. Kemp 1 for 5. Adams 2 for 5 with that grand slam home run. And Garcia already has 3 base hits, including a double.
Now, you don't remember this because it was so long ago, but I did tell you that there were 12 available relief pitchers who featured the fastball slider combination. We may wind up seeing all 12. We got another one in now with Mr. Wood. Upper 90s velocity, slider behind it, pitches from the stretch, third base side of the rubber, cross body.
Kemp had a hard time getting away from that. Does. It's 2-1.
That is the style of the game since relief pitching has become super specialized. You don't see the pitcher for long. You want to match him up on the same platoon side. The power fastball slider combo, here comes a slider right here, is in vogue.
Hard on the ground is short. Blake Wood pitching against his hometown team. Blake, born in Atlanta, now makes his offseason home in Sewanee, Georgia. Played collegiately in Atlanta. 3 seasons at Georgia Tech. Matt Adams. Adams coming over just immediately after Freddie Freeman went down. Freeman out for a while with that left wrist injury. Adams was not getting a whole bunch of playing time in St. Louis. Trade was made May 20th.
It's really interesting the way they defend Matt Adams. It's a shift, but a lot of the services that monitor these things, as Cozart now moves over there, don't call it a shift unless the off-fielder goes to the other side of the bag, where Cozart is now. But they give Matt huge gap there because Peraza is shaded so far over towards Joey Votto. And that's because it's not because somebody just thought, hey, this sounds like a good idea. This is all based off of information and count and velocity specific.
He goes opposite field with power. This one's got a chance. It is gone. Second homer of the ball game. Matt Adams, where you been? And Atlanta takes a 1-run lead. So much for your spray charts.
They didn't have anybody positioned in the third row. This was the matchup the Braves liked. We talked about Matt Adams being a low ball hitter. We talked about the power slider combo on the righties. Where's the ball? It's down. Where's the slider? It's staying up, and it's not breaking away from Matt Adams the way it would to a right-handed hitter.
First career grand slam for Matt Adams earlier in today's game. His first multi-homer game in 3 seasons with his 2 homers tonight. Hard on the ground, that'll make it through. 4 hits for Adonis Garcia. 3 singles, all line drives, and a double. Only 2 outs he's made. He's lined to short and lined to third.
He has hit the ball hard to all fields all day. I was talking to Brian Price yesterday about all the home runs in the game today. And he talked about how it's changed managing. Where now it's about matching up, not so much, hey, can I get a ground ball, but it's about defending the home run. And that's a case there where the matchup favored Atlanta. I mean, you can't pitch around everybody. Execute your pitch, you can still get off the offhanded hitter. But defending the home run, Brian Price told me, is a priority in bullpen usage now.
Kurt Suzuki takes the ball. All right, Tom Verducci, you've been around this game a long time. Your expert opinion. Kurt Suzuki has squatted behind the plate for 11 innings now. He's tried to catch the butterfly of R.A. Dickey. He's been hit with a pitch twice. Day game tomorrow. Is he your starting catcher?
He's in the whirlpool tomorrow. You know, Tyler Flowers has done a great job. Suzuki he's the personal catcher now for R.A. Dickey. Flowers had a really good offensive season. But this guy's earned a day off, getting hit by pitches, chasing knucklers.
'14 All-Star, Kurt Suzuki. If you add them all up, between the 7 pitchers that we have seen for Atlanta, Kurt Suzuki has crouched 193 different times trying to catch pitches.
Wow, that's a day's work. Don't forget, the umpire has been back there for pitches on the other side as well. Getting close to 400. Mark Wegner behind the dish.
Atlanta's taken a 1-run lead. Top of the 12th inning. It'll be 9-1-2 in the lineup for Cincinnati when we get to the bottom of this frame. It's going to be the pitcher spot, so it's going to have to be Tucker Barnhart. Final position player available, you'd imagine, for Cincinnati. And then back to the top of the order, Arizmendi Alcantara, and then Zach Cozart. If anyone gets on, that's when it gets interesting. Joey Votto would be next in line.
That's why it's so important for Blake Wood here to keep the deficit at 1.
There goes the runner. Swing and a miss, thrown out of second. Nice pick by the second baseman, but no go. Garcia slides in before the tag.
A hit and run play. It didn't look like Mesoraco had a great grip on the baseball. Came out almost like a changeup. And I love the slide. I love that pop-up slide. The way to anchor the base. We see so many guys come off the bag with an over an aggressive slide, a late slide. As we talked about, you have to keep the tag on the runner with replay. You leave that base for a micron, you'll be called out.
2-2. Hard right to the third baseman. Double play. Good play by Suarez to field and fire. And the double play ends the frame. But a run scores, 1 swing of the bat. Matt Adams, second homer of the game, 1-run lead for Atlanta. innings yesterday. Braves trying to win an extra innings this afternoon, early evening. Bottom of the 12th. Jim Johnson trying to hold a 1-run lead. He pitched the bottom of the 11th, got into trouble, got out of it, and now he'll try and pick up the win. Matt Adams, an opposite field home run to give Atlanta the 6-5 lead. Tucker Barnhart leads things off. Barnhart, the final position player available for Brian Price in Cincinnati. He is the backup catcher. So Cincinnati walking that high rope without a net. High pop-up's going to be playable. On the outfield grass, Swanson. 2 pitches, 1 out.
Jim Johnson, a real old school closer. You see him working from a windup with nobody on base, which you don't see anymore. You see a curveball from him, which you don't see a lot of from closers. And he's pitching a 2nd inning. Is that even allowed?
Holy Raleigh fingers. What are we watching here? Alcantara. He came on defensively back in the 6th inning, and this is now his 4th at bat. RBI single in the 6th, and he struck out a couple of times. This is the 4th different pitcher he has faced. Four ABs, 4 pitchers.
Ted Williams never had to do that.
.94 miles per hour. It stays 1-2.
Game has changed so much. Mike Trout, 25 years old, has already seen more pitchers than Joe DiMaggio saw in his whole career. And I get it. There's more teams. There's interleague play, but there's a lot more relief pitchers.
Foul ball. Joe DiMaggio never played a game
West of St. Louis.
Did he ever play in St. Louis? West of Chicago, at least.
Played against the Browns.
Oh, you're right. Good call, Tom Verducci.
That's as far west, right?
Yep.
Back in the day.
Yep. Went too far. Johnson has gotten the first 2 outs here.
Great breaking ball.
So the last hope for the Cincinnati Reds is Zach Cozart. Cozart does not have a base hit so far today. This is his 7th plate appearance. Has walked a couple of times. Once with the bases loaded. Still looking for his first base hit. Called strike 1. Important at bat for Cozart, not only to keep the game alive, but to give Joey Votto an opportunity. Oof. In 7 plate appearances, that was the most awkward swing for Cozart.
Johnson upset with himself with that pitch. Just yanked that sinker a little too much. So he goes back to the breaking ball right here. Yep. Nice sinker. Braves and obvious no doubles defense. Garcia on the line at 3rd. Ender Enciarte in center field says there's no way you're going to hit a ball over my head. Concede the single, defend the double.
Two-hopper to short. Swanson. Ball game. Atlanta wins in extra innings. 2 games, both of them decided in extra innings in this series. 1-1 by Cincinnati. Tonight, 1 by Atlanta. For my partner Tom Verducci, I'm Eric Collins. Now let's go to John Anik at UFC 212 prelims in Brazil.